Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Thursday, July the 9th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of the Trading Room. A couple of yeses. Thank you, William and Starkey. And my guest, there you go. Thank you very much, Pepe. So you guys can hear me. Both rooms were good to go. I just wanted to bring your attention to Peng, guys, P-E-N-G. I said we should be watching this one for a second day continuation off earnings. Looks pretty good still. I mean, it had earnings yesterday. It's an all-time high again today. So that is PENG. However, VRAX is the star so far this morning. Enters into an exclusive multi-country commercial supply agreement, etc. So that is the news. The real news, though, it's a low float, 780,000 shares in the float, 27 million have traded already, 35 float turnover. So there's VRAX. The next high looking left, both I think on the daily and the weekly chart is 1348. Yeah, so 1348 through the 200-day moving average. And of course, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Thank goodness. Usually that's a good thing with these low floaters. And I could die to you, Ozzy. Looking at the SPY, guys. SPY, a little bit of. I'm just looking. I mean, the markets recovered a little bit because the Dow was only down 570 yesterday. I know at one point it was down about 800. The Qs actually went positive. The SPYs were mildly negative. I'm just looking at Levi. Yeah, Levi is on my list. Levi is an earnings play. So you're saying that was a beat raise, but the market doesn't care, I guess. Pepsi, Levi's. Pepsi's also. Do you have Pepsi? I don't know what Pepsi's. Oh, it is Pep. Okay. I think Pepsi's an earnings play also, William. I don't know if you had that one. Just in general, it's looks like a miss lower. Next low one for Pepsi is 136.65. Now, there's got to be an ETF for Pepsi. So somebody's job is to find the company ETFs for Pepsi. Okay, that's somebody's job. Because Pepsi looks very weak right now. RKTO is just over $1, trading higher after the company added an announced SpaceX AI API to its AI technology stack. Yeah, I think this is we're getting tired of this. You know, I mean, look at SpaceX now. I mean, right now it's just settled into that 150 level. So companies can say all they want right now, how they're, getting involved or somehow tied in with SpaceX. Dodgers trader in our YouTube room. You just found TI yesterday. Pretty impressed so far. Excellent. Well, stick around. Does that mean you just took out a subscription? I'm talking to Dodgers trader in our YouTube room. Does that mean you just took out a subscription yesterday? Or you're thinking about it? S dot, guys. Wow. Pretty unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, remember, if you were here in the room yesterday, you saw that S dot got halted at $23. I think it opened at about $8, but it came, well, it didn't come all the way back, but it's back to $24. Okay, well, you're in the right. Here's what you can do also. I don't know. I'm just going to give you a little link. Talking to Dodgers trader in our YouTube room. If excuse me, so if you do click on my homepage link to find a little bit more information about trade ideas, okay? So click on it, click on the link, go down to the education section right here, click on the more info. What I would do right now, if you haven't done it already, I'm sure you haven't, is the getting started with trade ideas. You don't have to worry about you're not a member yet, so you don't do the start in and login. But these are 11 for you. There'll be 11 short videos, which goes over most of the key elements of the program. Okay, that's what I would do. They're all free, of course. Well, I mean, obviously free to watch the videos. Looking for a disaster, guys. I don't see a disaster du jour yet. BYRN. This is an earnings play actually, BYR, but I'm looking more for a little bio disaster. I don't see one yet. But that's an earnings play, real cheap one. Here's another cheap, fairly cheap earnings play, simple. Actually, not looking too bad. Little pop, SMPL, holding the VWAP, holding that VWAP. Let's see what the high over here on the weekly chart is. 1489. So it's a little bit above that high. I have to check the monthly chart now. That's that high right there. So on the monthly chart, the next high is 1690. So William, were you? I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it was a beat raise. You said there was only one. You thought there was Levi. I don't know if you had a chance to look at this one, SMPL. Market's liking it right now, though, up 17%. And that's excuse me, that is the SMPL. Well, Marvin, you're talking about a MAT, and a MAT must be well, it's got some news, obviously. This, I don't know if it's an earnings play, but the stock itself has got to be up 8.5%. Let's just take a look and see what if there's any news on this one. AMAT, it's not an earnings play. Target raised to $650 a share from $540 by Mizuho. $700 a share from $525 by Cowen. Also, the surges as the CEO signals multi-year chip boom. Okay, so there's, however, you want to play it in a little cheaper way, a lot cheaper way. Volume is not huge yet. Spread is not great yet. I'm sure it'll pick up. Not terrible for a $42 stock, but so here's how you can play it though. This is a two-time company ETF for AMAT. Yeah, so now, of course, you can always short this too if it runs out of steam here. Spread's getting a little worse. Just give me a moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, so I would keep an eye on this one probably all day long. I mean, we'll make it a fade in it. Depends what the market does, of course. So you can always short this one or go long. Oh, I did not catch what you said about simple. Sorry. Did you put it in the stocks only? Okay, it was a beat lower. I see. Okay. Beat lower. Okay. Morning, Young, in our YouTube room. Little move here for Fluence, guys. FLNC, a little bit of a move for Fluence. Still under the 200-day moving average. Let's take a look at the sectors and what's happening with the sectors in the pre-market. So I'm going to, clicking on from the toolbar, clicking on new from the toolbar, then dock channel bar. These are all the theme-based channels that we have. Click on the show more, go down to the sector status, and we'll see what the top sector is in the pre-market and the worst one is. So SMH, guys. SMH. Top sector right now. And what is the worst one? XLC, communications. Actually, I was stuck on yesterday on the change from the open, so that's not correct. So NLR is the best, is right now as we speak, is the best sector. This is the nukes and quants. SMH is, wait a minute, what's going on here? No, I was right. Okay. SMH is the top sector. Okay. So the semis, silver, and the worst one right now, as we speak, is communications. What's the play for VRX? Well, I mean, it's a low float stock. It's, I can't tell you what to do. I mean, it's just a low float stock, 780,000. I wouldn't be chasing it now. You look left, there's room on the weekly and the daily, 1335. So it still has room to run. Had a little bit of news, but what's the play? That's got to be up to you. I mean, you could wait for a VWAP, come back to the VWAP. That'd be a couple of dollars. Maybe you've got a moving average on your chart that you want to see it come back to. But you've got to be awfully careful. I mean, with 780,000 shares in the float, awfully volatile. But there must be, is there a company ETF for it, AZZ? No, there's no volume yet. So when you look at simple, what did I say? You have to look at the monthly chart to see the next high. 1690. So there is some room. Okay, this is another expensive one, guys. The ALNY starting to fade a little bit, taking out the VWAP. I mean, it's still up 16.8%, but it is starting to fade somewhat. You can sort of see that sell flag. You see the purple line on my chart? That is the VWAP. Oh, I didn't. So these are misses. Okay, where's that? Where's Ion? This is a miss. Ion OS. AstraZeneca, Ionis share slide after their drug misses target in heart disease trial. Okay. So these are a couple of, what's the volume like? Good volume. AstraZeneca, AZN. Take a look at that. What that one is doing. Yeah. So these are both down, and I think maybe this ALNY is benefiting from that. including Pfizer. Let's see if the other one was this ALNY. Yeah, so these are up because of the misfortune of AstraZeneca and then Ionis. How's Pfizer doing? PFE. Yeah, so the other one is definitely moving a lot more, ALNY. But I guess the question is, can we get a bounce on this one, IONS? Boy, this is what an active trader Meta has been. So that METU, METU, is a way to play it. A lot cheaper, $21. So METU. So if you thought Meta, the stock, was going to continue down, you could short this one. If you thought it was going to bounce somewhat, you could buy it. And it's a lot cheaper. You get double the move both ways. So that Peng, guys, that PENG is why am I not? Okay. So this is a interesting continuation play from yesterday. This is an earnings play from yesterday. Did extremely well. We should have traded it. William, look how well it closed. $78. Started the day before at $62. So, and this was an earnings play, all-time high again right now for PENG. SPY is testing the VWAP right now, guys. Yeah, it's testing the VWAP. We're up modestly right now. The SPY is up modestly, but it is testing the VWAP right now. Let's take a look at some of the ones that have won some races. I loaded the platform around just before 5 my time, so a little bit before 8 o'clock. So this is why we've got all these races or stocks that have won races. Take a look at some of the ones that I haven't talked about. SUNE, Sunny. Just looking to see if there's any news on it. Trading higher after a 13G filing showed AWM Investment Company disclosed a 19.9% stake. Okay, that's the news for SUNE. Of course, the VRAX has won 10 races. RKTO is just over $1 still. Not too familiar with this one. IOTR, another satellite company, satellite communications company, trading higher after the company and CEO issued a letter detailing a year-over-year increase, etc. Okay. Singapore stock. I do not use the anchored VWAP. No, I'm not asking, or Stephen in our YouTube room asking me that. I found it, I was a little excited at the beginning, but I didn't find it that helpful. I'm almost 100% an intraday trader. I didn't really find it helpful for intraday trading. I use the VWAP, of course, but not the anchored VWAP. Fuel cell. Now that doesn't mean. I mean, he claims you can use it. Brian Shannon claims it's okay. You can use it for intraday trade. I just didn't. I found it too complicated, to be honest. Trying to. I'm very simple. I mean, I've got my VWAP and that's it. And I've got the 200-day moving average. That's it for me in indicators. Fuel cell shares trading higher after the company announced a collaboration with Siemens to accelerate the growth of fuel cell based power generation. Okay, well, that's your news for fuel cell, FCEL, but it's starting to fade from the pre-market high was way up here at 26. It's underneath the VWAP now, so starting to fade a bit. Well, as always, Stephen, and anybody else, if they said, "Well, how come you don't use the MACD? I use it, or RSI, or it works for me," and I would never say never use it. As long as it works, I just found it cluttered up too much. And that's just for me, of course. TDTH, TDTH. Okay, I don't see this one anywhere. Oh, there it is. Okay, was just a question about it. Yeah, it was a big. Well, it was a big one yesterday. The only problem I had, well, even the day before, got up to 315, but it closed down here at 2. Yesterday, sort of did the same thing, sort of thing. Couldn't hold its gains. So, I mean, look, if it takes out the high of yesterday, which is 210, 212, I guess it has a shot, because the next high looking left is 316. And some news trading higher after the company announced a strategic equity investment in Digital Innovations Group. Good volume, 2.5 million, 1.69 in the float. So it's going to be active. All right, guys, it's now 9:23, 7 minutes to the 9:30 open. So Levi is an earnings play, and William says it was a beat raise. So what do I mean by that, or what does he mean by that? Beat on earnings, beat on revenue, and they raise guidance. However, market doesn't care right now anyway. Trying to hold the VWAP. I see. Okay, thank you, William. In terms of the guidance for Levi. I mean, simple is still there. I mean, simple is still hanging in over the VWAP. And it sort of, continues to make new highs in the pre-market, SMPL. Not a lot of volume yet. Not a huge high, not a high float, but not a low float, of course, 82 million. Good move though, 22%. The VWAP is down here, so 1484. So I wonder if it'll have a little pullback to the VWAP. Or maybe that'll act as support. This has been another very active stock, BJDX. These are pretty brutal though, I mean, 3 days ago, this got up to 214, closed down here right at $1. And CAS. I'm just looking at the ones that have won races. Well, Keel's got some room. Well, wait a minute. Take a look at the daily chart. $5. Yeah, it doesn't have as much room as I like. On the weekly chart, it has a lot more room. Look at Keel if it took out 5, KEEL. But on the daily chart, there's little areas where it could stall. So don't like it as much. Well, this one is starting to move here, guys. This IOTR, just talked about it. IOTR, low float, 2.9 million in the float. Over 4, the next high in a weekly chart anyway is 460. So there is, next high in a daily chart though is 433. So, if it can take all this out, then the next high in a daily chart is way up here at 610. So I'll put a price alert. You never know. I'll put a price alert around 461 and see if it takes that out sometime, because then it would really have a lot of room. VRAX is kind of holding at 11. Little pullback into, well, actually pulled back to 10. All right, guys, we've got about 40 seconds to the 9:30 open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes, but kind of making sometimes I am my trend reversals. Won't get an alert until at least 9:35 anyway in this. Sometimes, if I really like what I see, if it's a company ETF, I may take the trade. But well, so far you're right, William, on the simple. Simple has had a nice pullback right to the VWAP, right to the VWAP. Okay, SMPL. And this is really, so right to the VWAP, and the actual numbers are around 1482. So will it hold it? And we're now open. So let's have a great trading, everybody. Trading day, everybody. Boy, look at that peng. Wow. PENG. Second day continuation off earnings is just romping. Wow. Happy shareholders. If you were shareholders of this one, where were we on Thursday? On Tuesday, when it was at $60, $86 now. What a run. It's almost as well. This was the daily candle of yesterday. Huh, I think you better raise your price, Barclays. They're raising their price target to 40 from 27. A little late in the day, $86 now. All right, so Simple is still hanging around. SMPL is still well, not anymore. I was just going to say hanging around the VWAP. Great call, William. I don't know if you took it or not, but great call. Thinking it would fade. I mean, the high was up here at 1580, 1440 now. Look at. I'm sorry. I see ping because I have a thumbnail on another chart on my one of our other monitors. So I'm seeing this run for ping right off the bat. VRAX is well, definitely holding. We're trying to hold 11 or not. Very volatile because of that float. And we have our first halt of the day. Let's take a look at the first halt of the day. I was going to say fever. FBRX is halted, and VRAX just got halted on the way down, though. VRAX just got halted on the way down. So FBRX just got halted on the way up. Had some news this morning before the halt. Rises after skin disorder drug shows early promise. Pretty low float, 20 million in the float. I'll show you this window for the first time. This window is from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. So this is the halt, of course, for FBRX, halt price at 25.17. This column trying to show you where it could open. Usually they are 5-minute halts. This number will fluctuate over the course of the 5 minutes. But if you were lucky enough to get into this before the halt, you're looking pretty good because it looks like it's going to open over the halt price. And then again, that is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, guys, I'm just waiting for my first one in the trend reversals. Wow, that was a great call, William. I mean, you nailed it on the Simple, thinking it would fade. Tomorrow, I will listen to you. It'll move here for Act 2, guys. ACTU. Not at well, then it was up and now down. Okay. All right, where could VRAX open? Okay, not good. So hopefully, if anybody's in this, well, hope you didn't chase it because the open is going to looks like it's going to be a little bit below. All right, guys, Fluence, FLNC. FLNC is making a little bit of a move here. We looked at it in the pre-market. It had some news. But it is early. It is early. The next high looking left on is 1782, approximately. Fuel Cell is also making a move. Actually, it was Fuel Cell that had the news after the company announced a collaboration to accelerate the growth of fuel cell-based power generation. Okay, so that was the news for Fuel Cell this morning. It's been on a great multi-week run, except for last week, or this week. So we do have those three in the trend reversals, but they're all they're not ETF, they're not company ETFs. So I typically do not want to trade in the first 15 minutes. I want to let things settle down just a little bit. This JLHL is on the move here, guys. JLHL is on the move. It's been a super active one also. Have a low float, 1.4 million in the float. Probably no news that we can find. Well, Cross, it was even up more when it was at almost $88. I know it's pulled back down to 84. We're talking about the PENG. So this is really running now, guys. JLA, don't chase it. I mean, we're just pointing out these ones that are really running, and maybe they'll give us an opportunity later if it pulls back. Please check TVRD, sure. And that was a big one yesterday. I think I did a video on that one yesterday. So it's still down for the day, but it's trying to move. It's trying to pop back. The high it closed yesterday at around 5. Takes that out. The high yesterday was 573. So it's still very active. Piper Sandler raises the target to what price? To 13 from 3. So there is that. And JLHL just got halted. Yes, it did. Really interested to see where this MFP got halted too. This is the one we saw. I saw this one yesterday. Not much volume. Looks like it started trading as MFP 2 days ago. How do I like laser this morning? LASR from our YouTube room. Well, the next high looking left is 6307. So that to me could block it. But if it gets through 6307, then the next high is 68. So it's got a lot of room. I mean, if it can get to 63, that's what I see. And when I say it's got a lot of room, I don't mean it's going to get there. I just mean when I look, I have a very simple style. All I do is look left on a daily chart. If I can't see it on where the next high is, and if it's far enough away, then it becomes a candidate for me to trade it. So that's the laser. So what I would do is I would probably, what's that high right there, 6307. So, it got there this morning. I think it got to 6285, very close. So put a price alert maybe at 63 and see if it gets there. Doesn't mean if it hits it, just take the trade, but at least you'll know and it's near that high. And then when you look left, I mean, it's got $5 to the next high. Now on that trend reversal, scan, JLHL did show up at 419, 937. What time was it halted? So there was probably a brief period where you could have got this around, maybe not quite at 419, but certainly before the halt, if you'd wanted to. So we don't see any company ETFs in that scan. Okay, so VRX came out of the halt. I don't think it's over. I know it got halted on the way down, but I don't think this is over yet for the day. Let's see. I mean, there's the VWAP. I mean, it may challenge the VWAP later. So our SPY took a little bit of, so it almost, well, it got down below the VWAP, and then but it did close above it. Now this is one. Okay, guys, this is a 2-time for MSTR. Bitcoin's up a little bit, but this is a 2-time ETF for MSTR. Great. This is the one I traded, I think, this week. I think I traded it 2 weeks ago. Wow. Look at the S dot. That's unbelievable. Truly unbelievable, in my opinion. Not, I mean, we would, okay, that was unbelievable, it getting up to $106 last week. But I mean, it was halted around $23 yesterday when it opened around 8 or 10, something like that. But it's crawled all the way back. I mean, this is okay. I mean, this is your news on it. Announced a stock for debt agreements to retire $3.36 million in debt. Whoa, did I miss this one? Sorry. This got halted. This came out of the halt though. So boy, if you were lucky enough to be in this one before the halt, FBRX at 25. Look at this thing ripping now. It was halted at 9:32. So when it opened, 10 minutes later, it opened, I guess, at 26.61. Would have been pretty tough to get it there. Probably moved way too quickly. Boy, William, that was, I know you were trying to go on or trying to find a bounce on it, but it's an amazing move off the earnings play. It looked awfully good. I know you said it was a beat lower. For whatever reason, it was bid up high, a big percentage move. But look at it now, as you said, it's gone negative. And looking left on the daily chart, I mean, 1234, well, 1234 may hold it, and then there's 1223 on the daily chart. All right, guys, MSTX is on the move here. MSTX, again, this is a company ETF for MSTR. These are the only ones I take in the first 15 minutes, these company ETFs. Now, might struggle to get through 9. The next high, though, would be 1035. So, well, nice. Who asked about laser in our YouTube room? Yeah, somebody mentioned laser in the YouTube room. That's a great move now. You know, it took out that high right there, 63. Getting a little action in our YouTube room, guys. And nice to see. Usually it's completely dead. There is another room. For those of you in YouTube, just in case you don't know, there is another room that is a lot more active. It's free also. Well, you know, this is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, but it is very, very risky. Also, the spread is not good. You know, 28.59, 29.47. The spread is like a dollar spread on it. Not very good. So it's pretty tough to commit to either going long or short right now. I do not see any news on the laser. I know you say I'm talking to someone in our YouTube room saying they're looking for the news. I don't see any news on it. Not today, anyway. Maybe there was some. I keep getting IPG photonics. I don't know if they got something to do with it. With this IPG photonics. Okay, so outperforms peer. So this must be a peer of some sort. Okay, I guess. Now, what's light doing? That must be a super cheap one. I just got rid of my. No, what's light doing? LIT. It must be a super cheap one. It is not a super cheap one. 11%. It's a $780 stock. So it seems to be all tied in with like whatever this IPG photonics. Well, let me see if I can find that one. IPG photonics right here. So this is so this little sector is really there's a lot of stocks, I guess, in this, or some stocks in this sector, including laser. But laser is outperforming everything in that sector. It looks like it anyway. Oh, you got so close to taking out 9. Okay, let's take a look. I'm going to put a price alert for MSTX just underneath 9. So VRAX has come back, guys. I didn't think it was going to be dead. Too early for it to be dead. Not with that float. 1241 is the high. That's the pre-market high, I believe. That's the the 9 o'clock high. Yeah, the pre-market high is up there. Couple of ETFs for company ETFs for Oracle guys, ORCU, and both have about the same amount of volume. ORCX, a little more expensive. So the ORCU, a little cheaper, good volume, good spread. So if you thought Oracle was going to continue higher, there's another way to play it, or you could short it. If you thought Oracle was going to move lower. All right, VRAP. So nice thing about VRAP right now, it's through the 200-day moving average, okay, over $2. The next high on a monthly chart, it's over that high. So the next high on a monthly chart is at 323. So there's room there. That is for VRAP. No, it's 38 million on a high float, but not crazy low. It is in our AI. Any news on this one? Position in the global safety space strengthened with recent ATF ruling. Okay. Okay, come on, take out 9. You can do it, MSTX. No, that because the next high is 1044, 1045 on the weekly chart anyway. Next high on a I think it's going to be about the same. 1036. So it's got room. Again, this is a 2-time ETF, company ETF or MSTR. I don't know if the MSTR had any specific news today on it. I know Bitcoin's up a little bit, but I mean, the only news I see, is that they're saying they're going to be announcing earnings and August 4th. Okay, we know that. We see it right there. All right, guys. VRAX just got into the high in the pre-market. And it just got halted on the way up. So VRAX just got halted on the way up. Now, potential open in the around the 13 mark. Um, BBIO, a little expensive. All-time high for BBIO, guys. Not an earnings play. Just want to see. I don't know if they've got anything to do with the AstraZeneca crash and all. If they have a similar drug of some sort, it's a rival. Because again, I don't see any news specific to it. I just see the fact that AstraZeneca and Ionis, so it seems to be lumped in here. Let me see if there's BBIO is mentioned here. So maybe the bad news for these two companies, good news for these three. So Pfizer hasn't really moved much, but yeah, this what I'm looking at here. This is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, in case you're wondering where I'm getting my news from. This is from Interactive Brokers. That's my broker. Yes, Gino. Yeah, YouTube has a imposed by YouTube about a 7 second delay imposed by YouTube. Well, at about 3 minutes from now, I'm going to go over my homepage, including the scans I'm sharing, and also to show people who are in YouTube how you can get into what I call the main room. It's a lot more interaction amongst traders in the main room, and there are some other perks as well as the 7 second no delay. In fact, I might as well do it now. All right, I've just put my homepage link in, and if you click on it, this is what you're going to see. As always, at the very top is a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. So we've got two promo codes going. You can use my promo code Barry30 or Barry25. 30 will get you 30% off a premium annual. But obviously, if you don't know this program, do not take out a premium annual subscription. Okay. You got to be awfully certain that you do want it because, our returns are not, well, you've got to read the terms and conditions of taking on an annual subscription. So, but if you're convinced that you do want a premium annual, go ahead. You get 30% off. Otherwise, you can get 25% off the other plans. Other plans meaning a premium monthly, a standard monthly, or standard annual. Okay. Now, if I were starting out with Trade Ideas, I would not take out an annual subscription. I would start off with a monthly, and you can always take out an annual later on if you really like the program. The obvious benefit for taking out an annual, your per monthly cost is prorated lower rate, but you've got to come up with the money up front. So all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code, whatever it is. It's going to change. This is basically a July 4th promo. Why use my code? Because I'm moderating two rooms, the YouTube room and this is for those of you in YouTube, the trading room. Okay, this is also free. The company tracks the use of the promo code, so if they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. Okay. Look at Meta. Wow, man, Meta is really coming back, isn't it, William? Hmm. So anyway, here's the trading room. Now, another added benefit of this room, I mean, there is no latency, as Gino pointed out. So it is real time, 7-second delay on YouTube, imposed by YouTube. But also, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Okay, so if you want to come into a room and interact with other traders during the pre-market, you can come into this room. Obi opens it up. I don't. I live in Vancouver, so it's too early for me to do that. But Obi opens this room up at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I get on the mic for both rooms sometime between 9 and 9:15. Okay, so this room is also free. I'll answer your question, Bamba. I think I know what you're talking about. The bouncers toppers. You talk about my bouncers toppers. You see you could change it to a new 5-minute high if you wanted. Okay, as opposed to a new high of the day, or even taking out yesterday's high. I mean, there are ways, but you're going to get more. You'll get a lot more alerts, and they may not be that great, but it'll be up to you. I'll explain how to do that if you want later on. Okay, just give me about 5 minutes. So if you keep scrolling down off my homepage, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. It is free. You get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay, it's free. You can sign up for it right here. Education. So if you've just taken out a subscription or you're thinking about it, click on my homepage link, go down to the education section, click on the more info, and here are, so if you're just taking out a subscription, mandatory you do this, the Getting Started with Trade Ideas. 12 short videos which cover all the key elements of the program, most of the key elements of the program. If you don't have trade ideas though, and you're wondering about it, this is what I would do. Start off with that second video, go to the end. Should give you an idea about what the program is capable of. Okay, you can always try this for a month. If you don't like it, just unsubscribe. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. A free series of videos for you if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans and races, etc., and you've click on my homepage link, here they are, the middle section. View the scans. So here are the two races. The large cap race is here. This other race is a way more volatile race, is right here. Look at the S dot, unbelievable. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. I do have this one up and running on my other monitor, the daily trend reversals. Okay, I do have that one up and running. Still waiting on the MSTX to see if I can take out 9 from that scan. But I do have other scans that I'm currently sharing. A momentum scan, a gap scanner, the Pepe combo scan, and the William up down 25-cent scam. Okay, I do have other scans that I'm currently sharing. I don't have them all up and running, and neither should you. Okay, you can take a look at them, but don't have them all up and running. You'll have the information overload. So both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you do have questions about the program, feel free to ask. Please don't think that you're interrupting me. The only thing I can help you with is your account. If you do have an accounting issue or problem or question, I can direct you to the people who can, though. Not in these rooms, but I'll give you an email address. You can contact the people who can look at your account if you're having an issue with it. In YouTube, just hearing me. So when you guys hear me right now in the main room, they'll hear this about 7 seconds later. So that's it. It's not the end of the world in terms of the. I don't know about if the charts are 7-second delayed. Also, they might be. Again, in YouTube, but certainly the audio is. All right. So the question was, is there a way to get sooner alerts on the bouncers topper scan? Okay. So in this scan, this is what it's looking for. Okay. In theory, if it's in orange, in theory, and this would have worked pretty well, 91.66, it's looking for stocks that might be finally topping out and looking for a short. Okay. And if it's in blue, this is the Qs, is looking for stocks that may be finding a bounce area, oversold. So in theory, oversold stocks might bounce, overbought stocks may fade. Okay, that's the theory. So one of the filters in here, though, is that the stock has to take out yesterday's high. If you don't want that, or actually, I'm wrong. Actually, I'm completely wrong. I was thinking of another one. Okay. So yeah, I mean, if you, yeah, I'm sorry. I was thinking of the trend reversals. It has to take out the high or the low of yesterday. Well, I mean, if you want to make changes, you can. I'm not sure how you would change it, to be honest. I mean, you can make changes if you want it to be not at least five candles in a row up. You can make it three, I suppose. The idea though, this is the idea of it. The five candles in a row up, it's got to be above the VWAP and the RSI is at least 78. Many people will look at these three as saying, okay, that's an overbought condition. So the only way to make an adjustment really, maybe, I mean, it's looking at new highs of the day, new highs of the day. I'm not sure. I mean, you could reduce the number of candles in a row, I guess, if you want. Maybe make it three if you want. You'll get more alerts. Exactly. Exactly. Now, what I have noticed though, okay, how I'm actually using this a little bit in a different way is that, so here's the BBIO, okay, but I'm now looking at it. This is a pullback to the VWAP, and well, it's a little underneath. I mean, that would have been a nice fade. There's no question. But what I've noticed a lot though is that I wait to get the alert. It may pull back a little, but I'm not shorting, and it may be just a small pullback and then a continuation. I'm playing them more as continuation plays after a little pullback. Now, you don't have to do the same thing, of course. Come on, take out 9. I'll put a price alert up here at 9. I'm just the only trade so far, guys, is the MSTX, and I'm just waiting to see if it can take out 9 right there. It's the only company ETF so far in the reversal scanner. And the other thing about Bamba and others, if and this is not on my homepage, okay? So if you want this scan, I can give it to you. You just have to ask me for it. But obviously, I find the toppers are not, especially if they fade, are not as concerned about what the overall market's doing. But obviously, if you're going to play a bounce, so there's really no stock. Well, let me see. Yeah, there's no. I mean, this is an ETF. So far, there is no company stock that is making it into this scan. But if the market is moving down, to try to play a bounce when a market is moving down, probably not the best idea. Now the market doesn't have to be ripping higher, but if all of a sudden we start to get 3 or 4 red candles in a row, I would be. I'm not saying nothing will bounce, but they're a little more suspect, obviously, and obviously the bounce may not be that much. I'm not saying the market has to be ripping higher, but you certainly don't want I mean, if we get 3 or 4 red bars in a row and you're trying to play bounces, probably not the best thing. Now, this was my miracle trade from yesterday, guys, the NVVE, and I call this my miracle trade. I actually got an email yesterday saying, "Why did you take that trade? Like, how did it set up? Why did it set up? How? What was your reasoning behind it?" I mean, it was, I got extremely lucky. It was more what I call a field trade. Look where it closed, though. Still below the close. Yeah, I would have been a little more interested in a short on this. I mean, the spread has tightened up a little bit, but at one point it was about $1, and it was pretty tough to commit to a short on this. I'm talking about the FBRX. Okay, so INMD, thank you, William, for that. INMD, so Steel Dynamics is looking. So so obviously a unfriendly or a hostile potential takeover. So, pardon my ignorance here, but Steel Dynamics, they have nothing to do with steel? Maybe Steel Partners? Oh, I see. Okay. So I thought it was a steel company, but it's Steel Partners, an investment firm. Okay. And long time. So they're a long time shareholder. Okay. So that's the reason. Is that a private company, Steel Dynamics? No, they're not. STLD. So there's got to be two of them, right? Because this is a steel company. I mean, I've seen this one before. This is a steel company, and why would they be? So this is steel. This is very confusing. But it still says Steel Dynamics. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Okay, I see now what you're saying. Just give me a Steel Partners. I get it. Okay, yeah. It's not Steel Dynamics. It's Steel Partners. Okay, so this is a private investment firm. I doubt if they're public. I mean, we see companies. Well, here it is, Steel Partners, pink sheet stock. So Steel Partners is a pink sheet stock. But we have seen companies, they're they switch sectors or something just like that. How to make a buy or sell for you? I don't understand the question, Dubay. Don't understand the question. How to make the AI buy or sell for me? Well, you can. If you're looking for an auto trading, you can't. If that's your question. When you get an alert, you just basically make up your mind whether or not you want to buy it or not. You know, I would never auto trade, even if we could auto trade this, I would never do it. I would always want to click on the symbol. I mean, wrap looks pretty good now. I'd always want to click on the symbol, see what's happening. Is there room for it to move? And then I'll make up my mind. And for me, it's not going to take minutes. It'll take seconds. And then so if I had looked at this one a little more closely earlier, and the entry or the alert price was at 210, first of all, I had a lot of opportunity to take it. I mean, it dipped down to 206. I mean, there's a lot of opportunity to take it. There's no usually mad rush to take these trades. You usually have time to analyze it, to decide whether or not you want to take it or not. And this is a perfect example. We had the alert at. Just give me a moment, please. Okay. Well, when you say, "Can I show you again how to set it up?" You mean, okay, first of all, are you a subscriber to Trade Ideas, Dubay, and do you have our premium service? Talking to Dubay in our YouTube room. And I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing everything, but so I have to know if you're a premium subscriber to Trade Ideas. Can you answer? Okay, yes. Okay. I know there's a little delay. I apologize. And YouTube, you can come into the main room if you want. There's no delay, but okay. So this is what you do. If you click on New from the toolbar, okay, click on New from the toolbar, and then you see where it says I've got three that start off with Premium AI. Pick the middle one, the one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. Click on that. Okay, click on that. When you do, you will see something that looks like this. Okay, you may have different column headers. And the only thing, make sure you might have profitable trades. I'm sure you have, it'll say profitable trades in this little drop down. Uncheck it. Okay, uncheck it. You want to see the trades all day long. Okay, sometimes they may set up at a different price range, maybe lower than the original alert price. Okay, so I use it like a watch list all day long. Okay, so I don't really keep the fact that, and the other thing is that this is really important. You see, there's a reentry price right there for IONS, and that was to short. So what happened here is that the original alert price was at 68.06, but it hit the stop at 70.10. And then it came halfway between 68.06 and 70.10, which is 69.08. You would had another, you would, if you didn't take it the first time, you had an opportunity then to take it here on the short at 69.08. And, right now it's working out really well. At 67.51. The problem is that if you've got profitable trades checked, you'll never see this. You won't see it until after the fact, because it's looking at this and saying, well, my original alert price was 68. At 69, remember, this is a short. It's above, so it's not profitable in theory. I hope this is making sense. The bottom line is get rid of, and I've asked the company many times, this should not be the default when people load this. It should not be the default, because then you're missing out on this, on the reentry. And notice there's only one today. The only way it happens. So for instance, if VWAP went from 210 and hit the stop at 204 and then came halfway between that, pretty simple, that'd be 207. You'd get a reentry price trigger. So then what you do is you just incorporate this window as part of your layout. So you don't have to load it every day. The earliest alert you'll get with the AI is at 9:40. That is by design. There was one at 9:40, 9:42, 9:46, 10, okay. So usually we don't get too many after 11:30. Not saying you won't get any, but usually not too many. And there's no auto trading it though, okay? So I got booted out of the MSTX, guys, basically flat. It just could not break 9. Too bad. I really was hoping it would break 9. So, the alert was at 870, and as it started drifting down, as the market is going down, that's why I always have the SPY chart. It's checking to see what the SPY is doing. A lot of these stocks well, this is of course the ETF for MSTR. A lot of them are going to follow the SPY. So the minute this started happening, I said, okay. So basically out of it flat. All right. Well, let's take a look at the sectors now. I know I looked at them in the pre-market. Click on new from the toolbar and then click on dock to channel bar, dock to channel bar. And these are all theme-based channels. I'm going to click on the show more. Okay, before I keep going, thoughts on, well, this is, it's a wild one. It's been halted how many times now? 3 times. Low float. I mean, thoughts on it? The best thing you can say right now, I mean, it pulled into the VWAP. The next, it's hard to know where it's going to open. Briefly, it looked like it was going to be 498. But, I mean, these are hard to talk. I mean, I can talk about them, but, they've got to be up to you. I mean, these are so low float. They're so volatile. You have to have a stomach for them. Okay. Don't take too many shares because, I mean, they're so volatile. But at least right now, anyway, it got into the VWAP and that's where it stopped. That's where it got halted. And there's probably no news. You can only auto trade your own scans, okay, Dubé. You cannot auto trade the AI. You'd have to create your own alert, your own scan. You want to back test it. And then if you're really comfortable that you want to take every single trade that comes in, then fine. Most people do not auto trade. I don't auto trade. I never will. I don't. What is your trading experience? I mean, if you're new to trading, I just would not recommend it. Let me click on the sector status and show. Let's see. Take a look. Oh, then if you have zero trading experience, forget about it. Okay, completely and utterly forget about it. The other thing I would do, if you have zero experience trading, zero, then I would take a look. I'll put my homepage. I think this is a link still. Yeah. Click on my homepage link. Trading is not easy. Okay. I mean, Trade Ideas, fantastic program, but it's called Trade Ideas for a reason. It generates ideas to trade based on, what you want to see, your own setups and things. Doesn't mean though you take every trade just because it shows up. Like I'm not taking every trade in here just because it's showing up on my monitor. So before you do anything, I would do this, click on my homepage link, scroll down a little bit to the education section, click on the more info, and scroll down back to basics. 15 free videos. It's not gonna make you an expert in trade ideas, but or trading, but at least it'll give you an idea, okay, an idea about how to read charts. You have to understand how to read charts. Because when I get an alert, I mean, I'll just use this as an example, okay, SMH. So now the first thing I do, I'm looking at the chart. Does it make sense for me to trade it? You know, I'm looking at different time frame. I mean, this is a bad example because it's in here, but you know, if I look at Mara, you know, I click on the alert. Do I want to trade it? I won't. I don't want to trade it right now because it's to me it's sort of going a little parabolic. It's pulling away, but maybe if it pull back to the VWAP, or maybe if I got a moving average on my chart that I like, you know, so I would put a price alert in that area, maybe on a pullback. You know, so there's you've got to practice trading. We have a simulator that you can practice trading in. So getting back now to the sector. So the top sector right now is silver. SMH is still looking pretty good, the semis. So here at a glance, and what's the worst one right now is well services. Not horrible, down 1%. Okay. So that's at a glance. You can check what are the top sectors, what are the worst sectors right now at a glance. Now here's how you can dive into some of the individual sectors and check out the stocks that make up those sectors. And find out, well, what is the worst stock? What's the best stock in terms of the change from yesterday's close, if that's your metric. So let's take a look at. I'm trying to find one that's. So I mean, you look at energy. I mean, WMB. Most of the energy stocks. What does that 79% mean in red? So the stocks that make up XL, at least the ones that we have here, making up XLE, they're down from yesterday's close. 21% are up. So here's the best one, WMB, not up a huge amount. Let's go down to the bottom here. There's well, it used to be called Apache, but APA. But here, if you look at retail was a really interesting one yesterday because we had some real, you know, Wayfair was getting clobbered yesterday. It's up today, but it was getting clobbered yesterday. Which is the worst one? Scroll down to the bottom here. Costco. I don't know if Costco is. Don't think it's an earnings play, but for whatever reason, Costco drops after June. Comparable sales decelerate from May. I guess. But I guess that well that is the headline for Costco. Hence the drop in Costco. Okay. So you can kind of see what I'm doing. This might be a way for some of you to use trade ideas, and the only thing you do is taking a look at the sector status channel, finding maybe the top stock in a sector, the worst stock. You don't have to look at every sector, but if you see something, especially if you see a sector that is, you know, most of the stocks are up, and then you go down, you find the stock that's down running counter to the sector and is really running counter, like in a big way, you might want to trade that one, find a way to trade it. Or if most of the stocks are down, but some stock is way up, find a way to trade it. Oh, because what it's doing is it's zeroing in on things that can be very interesting, okay? Without having to look at all sorts of different stocks all day long. Look at the AMAT, look at technology here. So AMAT is up 8%, CLAC is up 8%. Technology stocks are ripping, well, these ones are, but there are some that are down. So let's go down to the bottom here and, you know, CRM, Salesforce, down 2.7%, running counter to the sector. Now, is there news on? It's not an earnings play. I can tell it's not an earnings play. And so the reason is, I guess, is that KeyBank is downgrading to sector weight from overweight. You can call that a reason. I don't see any other reason. So again, so how do I get? So I'm using Interactive Brokers headline news. Okay, Gino. This is Interactive Brokers headline news. Okay, so when I click on a symbol, take on JLAHL as an example, and there's no headline, there's no news on this one. Okay, but that's my news source, Interactive Brokers. I find it excellent. It's part of the brokers platform or the service. Let's take a look at Simple. Okay, SMPL, which has been very active. So it was an earnings play. We saw this in the pre-market. So that's what I use. And then if I want to dive into it, I just click on the header and I can dive into it a little more in detail. Now, most brokers have something like this. Our news is okay if you're looking for previous days. Yeah, so we have what we call an external linking tool. You're not a member yet, are you, Gino? Or are you? You're not a member of Trade Ideas yet, are you? Oh, okay. So we have what we call an external linking tool. So if you click on tools and external linking, I'm linked to Interactive Brokers. Okay. So what that means is, and you can link to most brokerage platforms. Now, some of it is trial and error. Most of the brokers don't care that much if we can link to them, but most brokers we can link to. And if you click on add a link, and what it says here, keeping this window active. So for me to link to Interactive Brokers, I've already done it. So I would take my pointer and I point it into my order entry into Interactive Brokers, hit the shift key, and then I'm linked. Linking meaning this. Now, when I see a symbol, any symbol I see now in Trade Ideas, when I click on it, it links into my Interactive Brokers program. This is not my order entry, but within my brokers program, I want everything to link with the symbol. So I just make sure my chain is the same color. I'm diving into IB. People with Interactive Brokers know what I'm talking about, and I think most brokers do the same thing. So what happens is when I click on a symbol, it loads into my order entry into Interactive Brokers, and from there I trade it. So for me, who is clicking on a lot of symbols all day long, it'd be a real pain if I had to. And I accidentally shut down my news, I think, or my time and sales. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So here's my time and sales. And of course, within my brokerage platform, everything is linked together. So my news, my time and sales, and anything else, of course, my order entry, everything is linked together. Well, who's your broker, Gino? Who is your broker? Okay, so for Thinkorswim, it's a little more challenging. I have a video though. I hope it's still I hope it's still relevant. Okay, I think this video. This is how to link. Okay, to well, the linking with Interactive Brokers is really simple, and it's very, very. I've had Interactive Brokers for over 10 years now. Very, very stable. But that video will show you how to link to Thinkorswim. I mean, if you're clicking on symbols all day long, for sure. I mean, listen, trade ideas, and this is the can be the confusing part. Trade ideas, we're a scanner first and foremost. Okay, doesn't matter who you have as a broker. We're a scanner first and foremost. Now, we happen to have this nice little tool that can link to some of the brokers. So that if you're a swing trader, that's not a big deal. But if you're, intraday trading like I am, and I'm clicking on a lot of symbols all day long, I mean, if I see DFTX, I mean, I could type it into my order entry, but what a pain that would be for me if I had to do that all day long. So it's how much easier, obviously, just to click on the symbol and it loads into my platform. And from there, I trade it. You were asking that yesterday, Juan, to me, or you're directing that to somebody else. I don't recall you're asking that. If you're directing that to me. All right, simple now. Looks like William. You must be in it, right? Right at the VWAP now, guys. Right at the VWAP. Oh, I see. Okay, super simple. I mean, well, again, tools, external linking. So if I click on add a link, you just basically now you'll take your pointer, okay, put it right in the order entry in Interactive Brokers, and then you hold down the shift key to select the window. That's the first step. First step. The next step, though, is I can't do it here because the rule is this is grayed out. But if you do it for the first time, this will not be grayed out, and you'll hit the little down arrow, and you'll select Brokerage Plus, or I'm sorry, Interactive Brokers Live. Let me see if I can show that. Just give me a moment. Okay, sorry about that. So if I do this, let me just do this off camera first. Okay, so this is all you would do. You would. I'm going to show you it yet, but this will be great. This will not be grayed out. It's grayed out. Of course, I'm in it. But when you do it, you just go down here, or you click down, and Interactive Brokers Live. Okay, and then you say okay. Then you're done. You are connected to your Interactive Brokers account. Okay, and then from there you trade it. Well, again, with trade ideas, you can set up. I mean, what you're seeing here, this is what I want to see. Okay, this is what I want to see. My daily trend reversals. This is what I want to see in terms of. I'm sorry. In terms of my filters and everything. But for instance, if I look at the daily trend reversals, okay, and well, here's the one that didn't work out for me. So, well, first of all, what they're looking for is stocks that were. Uh, just give me a moment, please. No, that is a crank call, so you are not going to be answered. So what they're looking for. So for instance, if I look at FBRX, okay, FBRX stock was down yesterday. Okay, if you can see my daily chart, and but it's up today. But it had to close at least down 5% yesterday. Okay, had to close down at least 5%, and then today it's reversing. That is what that scan is looking for, or the reverse of that. A stock that was up big yesterday. Here's EPAC as an example, up big yesterday, had to close at least 5% higher, but down today. Okay, that's what the daily reverse. So even though this is thinking, well, wait a minute, I thought you said you're a or a intraday trader. Yes, I'm using the daily chart though to tell me when a stock is reversing on the daily chart. But if you look at these two scans, and that's what they are. There are two strategies in here: up big yesterday, but down big today. So I click on configure, and this is what I'm looking for. So this is what I'm trying to say, though, is that just because this is what I'm looking for doesn't have to be exactly what you want. Okay. The prices I'm looking for stocks between the stock is between $1 and $60, 150,000 shares minimum, down at least 1% from yesterday's close. But it had to close up at least 5% yesterday, etc. All of these. But you might look at this price range and say, I don't like it. Change it. Okay. I'll explain why it didn't, probably, Gino. Okay. So all my scans, everything that I'm currently sharing, of course, you can change it. Again, the price range, you may not like it. You may not like something else about it. You can always change the values. Maybe you want to add a filter in that you like. The fact that I like to see this the way I see it doesn't have to be what you want to see. So more than likely, Gino, if your pre-market scanner, if you look at it now, it's probably picking up stuff, right? Well, in fact, that's what it's saying. The reason being is that if you look at your pre-market scanner, one of the filters you cannot use in the pre-market is the relative volume filter. Okay, you cannot use that. It's either called the current volume or the relative volume. Yeah, you have to get rid of that. Okay, in the pre-market. So, for instance, uh, don't click on that. Give me a moment. So when I click on my homepage link and I go down to the scan section, view scans, and here's what I use in the pre-market. Okay, the pre-market acts up and down just to show you what I use. And it's still working. I mean, it's just that I don't care about it after the market opens. You'll still get data. Okay. But notice that the relative. I don't know why I have this here. This is from years and years ago. But anyway, notice that I'm not using the relative volume filter. Okay. So otherwise, I get no data. It is a common question. How come I'm not getting any data? Not just the that top list that I showed, but you might have a scanner like an alert window where you want to see real time alerts. Well, if you're using a filter, you will not get it. Plus, you have to use pre market highs. If you want to see the new high in the pre market, as opposed to just new high. I don't know, Wolf. I mean, I know what you're talking about. How many symbols are typically showing up? It also depends on the size of the of your race. How many symbols are typically showing up? Um, why don't you pop it in here? Okay, put the cloud link in, and I'll look at it myself from my end to see what I see. Okay, you know how to do that? Just pop the cloud link in, and I'll load it, and I'll see what I see. Okay, there's not a pre-market high. Okay, so these are all the real-time alerts that we have, okay? The new high and the new low of the day, but this is market hours, okay? The 9:30 on, and but if I type in you start typing in pre-market highs, okay? So you would use this if you're looking for stocks in the pre-market making new highs or making new lows, okay? So we have a lot of I may as well just go over this briefly. We have a lot of real-time alerts. I'll start off here, and these are the two absolutely the two most popular ones, new high of the day, new low of the day. But as you can see, we have a lot of other real-time alerts. And if I scroll down, these are all the filters that we have. So, and I'm not just talking to you specifically, Gino. People seeing this, don't get hung up on thinking, oh my gosh, this is way too hard to learn. How can I possibly learn all these? Well, the good news is you don't have to. The only reason there are so many is that when the company started back in, I think, 2003, they thought that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. How much harder would that be? So what they did was they said, okay, let's try to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all these different filters so that for if you had any trading experience at all, for the majority of the customers, they could find a way to combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. So all I would do is I would scroll down and see what we might have, and you might see, oh, I know what that means, or I know, standard deviation breakout. I know what that means. I might try that one. But market locked. Who cares? I don't know what it means. I mean, I can click on it. I have an idea what it means, but most of these I've never used, even though I've had the program since 2010. Because for my trading style, all I need is a few of them. But a other person's trading style might be very different. So for instance, though, if you're wondering about, well, I've heard about standard deviation, I wonder what it means here. So you could left click on it just to highlight it. And then if you click on help, you're going to get a really, really decent idea about what it's all about. Okay. But that doesn't mean you have to go through each and every one of these to learn them. You don't have to. Same thing with the filters. You don't have to. I use so few of the filters. I want a price range, a minimum volume, the relative volume filter. That's about it. But that's my trading style. There's so many different trading styles out there that's the reason. Yeah, I'd have to see it though, Wolf. Okay, I'd have to see it. See what it looks like on my screen. That's all. So I know I. So you do have to have a certain width of it. So I don't know. Okay, let's see what it looks like on my end. So this is a really fabulous thing we can do. I mean, somebody's having a problem with the visual presentation. Okay, so he gave me this to check it out. He's saying, there was something he wasn't liking. So you're running a 3-minute race, okay? So far, I'm going to see if it happens on my end too. Yeah, mine is not wanting scrolling. Now, is it again? Is it because is that what you're talking about? Seeing the end here? Okay, you have to expand it. You have to expand the window then, to a certain length. Okay, I don't know what that is, but by trial and error, you'll find out. Okay, so that's the reason. My I've obviously got my. There's no issue with me. Well, there's a trade-off then. I don't know what to say. There's no setting within the race that's going to allow you to say, well, I only want this size, but I do want to see the end of the race. I've got a very big monitor. I've got three monitors this size, so screen space is not an issue for me. So not much you can do. But I know what you're talking about. I'm surprised you have to make it so big though. I see now. I mean, yeah, I don't know why you have to make it so big. Maybe Pepe knows because that is a little extreme. I don't have to do that. No, I'm running a 5 minute, a 4 minute race. That shouldn't matter. I know you're running a 3 minute race. That should have no bearing on it. Yeah, I have to say that is weird. I mean, it's even showing. I understand what you're talking about. It is kind of weird I mean, it doesn't happen for me on these races, and I haven't done anything. Well, even for me though, if I wanted to see the end of this, I mean, I would have to have it. So I don't understand. I actually don't understand why that's happening. Because there's no setting within the race, that's going to. Yeah, there's no setting that I can see that's going to. I'm sorry, I don't know. So we can link to now. Can it be linked to Benzinga Pro? I mean, all you can do is go into Benzinga Pro. Into there must be a. Is there a? There's got to be a box or something where symbols show up, where you can type in a symbol, or is that right? Because you can try and just put your pointer into that box, press down the shift key, and see if it works. I mean, we don't know. I don't know. I don't have Benzinga Pro. Okay, now I'm so running it on my other monitor. Yeah, I don't have an explanation why it's doing this. There must be some reason. Yeah. Okay, sorry. Somebody asked a question about shorting TVRD. Probably I can't anyway, just because it's not. Oh, there are. No, wait a minute. Oh, there are. This is the one that, yeah, many shares come in and out of Interactive Brokers. Um, well, I mean, obviously up here would have been better, the break. I mean, if it breaks down through 4, then the next low is 3. So I suppose there's an idea there, but the trend is down. But you're looking at a 3.9 million in the float. So these low float stocks, a little more challenging in my opinion. So this is the top list it's running on. Relative strength from the open. So when you start, yeah, I've noticed this, that sometimes it gets really, you have to click on the, okay, let's see. Now I'm running in this case, because my default is a 4-minute race. I'm sure that can't be the reason, but let's just see. Wouldn't that be wild? And it usually takes 30 seconds to rev up sometimes. Okay, so I'm just running this. I want to see if this. Now, am I running the same parameters though, too? See, so far so good. So far, but the race setup, okay, so change from the open. So it is based on change from the open. Everything looks about the same. I mean, I'm only putting 8 in here instead of 10. It shouldn't matter. I'm running a 4-minute race instead of a 3. Shouldn't matter. I'll just keep this going to see if it still get that issue. The issue is that when he runs his race, what happens is the leader in the race is now, I notice here, so this is obviously something a little bit different. You're getting, I don't know if we are getting different, but what happens is if JLHL was really ripping and the percentage was really moving higher, it would stretch out and you couldn't even see. You'd have to keep stretching out the box to see the end, like to see this, if that makes sense. I mean, right now it's not bad, but if Lucid was really starting to make a bigger gain, it would stretch out way past. You'd have to keep elongating the horizontal, and even then, whereas of course on my race, I know it has to be a certain, but that was the issue. And this was the link. See, right now with when I started the race using your top list and then launching the race, it doesn't appear to be doing that now, but so for instance, I mean, here's that never happens for me. So if I kept this race, I mean, I've got a pretty big size here. See, this is what he's talking about. See how it disappears? And it never happens to me. So I really don't know. Maybe Pepe has an answer, but I really don't know. Though I'm watching now. So all I did was I right clicked in your race, opened the top list, and then I did a launch real time stock race from that, and it seems to be better. Okay, so it's what Pepe says. It is corrupt, and then so do that then. So take your race, open the top list, and then launch the race again. Right click and launch the race again. Okay. Okay, guys, slow day for me. I haven't, other than that one trade that basically got out flat, I haven't done anything. Yeah, there's no such thing as the best, really, Gino. I mean, I have a certain trading style. It may be completely different from yours. I mean, if what? Okay, I mean, I like to see stocks near the high of the day, but sometimes, but I'm also looking at some pullback. I am trying to get a little more in tune with playing pullbacks, but it really depends on what you're looking for. I really like my trend reversals. It's not really doing a lot for me today, but for about 3 weeks, this was an awesome scan. Yeah, you can close the top list. Yes, you can close the top list. Remember, the pre-market actives is just to show well, obviously, just sort of zeroing in on what could, what stocks may, in fact, be active once the 9:30 open, or either on the upside or the downside, checking to see if there's any news on them. The bouncers toppers. If you're into short, I mean, you might be looking at this and going, man, oh man, Mary has just gone parabolic. It's right for a short, as an example. But I don't know if you want a short, or you might look at this. Okay, I'm going to wait for a little pullback, and maybe it continues. Okay, as an example here, RWT. But it depends on how, like when you're looking. I don't know what time frames you're looking at. So there's no such thing as the best. It'd be nice if the money machine paper trading had trailing stop. What do I think? Sure. I'm sure that's probably a good idea. I don't use it, so but I'm sure it might be a good idea. I don't know what the issue is. Were you in? Did you ask Dan that yesterday? Dan was in our YouTube room yesterday, or not? Was in his stream yesterday. Okay. Did you ask that question? No. Well, next week you can. Okay. No, but seriously, I mean, I think Chris has answered that question many times about trailing stops. There you go. So it does have trailing stops. Okay. So Pepe says it does have trailing stops. So there you go. Both percentage and a dollar amount. So I don't use the money machine at all. Okay. But so let's see if I click on this, what's going to happen? So obviously some here stop and exit. Okay. So somewhere money machine. Okay. So somewhere in here, stop and exit settings. I'm sure Pepe is going to say, yeah, no, I'm getting this error message all the time. Okay. This is, oh, I'm not in it. Okay. See, I clicked on money machine here and I thought that would launch it. Okay. There you are. Okay. So as Pepe said, just click the gear icon, and God, this looks confusing. Okay, where's that trailing stop tab that you're talking about? Oh, stop and exit settings. Okay. Where is that trailing stop tab you're talking about? So I clicked on stop and exit settings. This is what I see. Oh, I see. You mean I should have three down? Well, I don't. I guess I don't. I don't know. But if it's here, I mean, it should be somewhere here, right? Oh, that's different. That's all I have. Okay. I don't know how else to. But what Pepe is saying is that you click on stop on exit tab or exit settings, and then I guess for you guys, I'm under development version. So maybe it's because I launched it right from here. I don't know. Okay. Oh, good. You found it. Okay. Good. Looks way too confusing to me. Well, you should be able to just do, I'm going to duplicate this race. Okay. You should be able to pick and choose what you want it to. I'm talking to Wolf now. Oops. I'm going to stop the race. I'm just using my race as an example. So based on change from the close, you should be able to say based on change from the open. That's what you had before, right? Okay. You see the based on? See what I did? So I just stopped the race, click the box, and then right click, show the race setup, and then based on, and then just pick change from the open. Okay. Now we've been talking about races quite a bit, so let me go over this race and I'll show you. And for those of you who are, if you're new to trading or even if you've got a lot of experience, why this could be a really good way to use trade ideas because it creates automatically a top 10 list for you to focus on. So everything I'm going to talk about is in our user guide. Okay. So I will direct you to the use. You don't have to do it right now, but as a reference. Oops. So scroll down, get to that education section, click on the more info. Just want to expand this a bit. And at the top here is our user guide. And then right here, TI stock racing. Okay. So everything I'm going to talk about, is going to be covered in here. So it's a good reference for you. So I am running a 4-minute race. Okay, you can pick whatever time frame you want. For instance, Wolfhound, the race he gave me, he's running a 3-minute race. There's no right or wrong. I picked 4 minutes and I've stuck with it. But you can pick whatever time frame you want. So I'm running a 4-minute race. So what is this 12? What is this 11%? And of course, the number is changing. What does it mean? It means that since the race started almost 2 minutes ago, JLHL has moved 9.4%. That's what that means. Okay. And you can see the move. You can see the move right there. So that's what these percentages refer to. So if you see something at the top here, of course, click on it, see what's happening. Does it mean you take the trade right away? Not necessarily. It depends on how you look. Like it depends on the time frames you're looking at. I have a 5 and a 15-minute chart from an intraday. Why do I have, even though I'm an intraday trader, why would I have a daily, weekly, monthly? Because a lot of the things that I see are near the high of the day. And so my next step then, if I'm going to take a stock that's near the high of the day, I want to check on the daily chart. Well, where could it keep going before it hits the next daily high? And if it's far enough away, then it becomes a candidate. If I can't see it on the daily chart, then I look at my weekly chart. And in the odd case, sometimes I can't see it on the weekly chart the next high, I'll look at the monthly. But most of the time, I can see it on the daily. So that's number one. Number two, if any stock is in this list, I would click on it. You don't have to wait for a race to be over in order for you to click on the stock, of course. So here's VWrap. I know that, or WWrap. I know it's an AI alert. You click on it and you see what's happening. So some of you may be looking at this and go, wow, look how well it's holding the VWrap. Look how WWrap is holding the VWrap. Okay, look how well it's holding so far. Is it acting at, well, right now it appears to be acting as support. So you can look at this and go, okay, the VWAP is at what, 218? Maybe I take this trade, put my stop just below the VWAP, because if it takes out the VWAP, I want to be out of the trade, as an example. I'm not saying to do it, but that's an idea. There are all sorts of trading methods. You might have a moving average on your chart that you like. Today's Thursday. Steve Gomez will be taking over for me in our YouTube room in about 45 minutes. He loves the 10 SMA and a 15-minute chart. He loves it. So, for him, maybe it was coming into that 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. Maybe for him, that is a sign to take the trade. There's not one perfect way to trade or one only way to trade. So again, you see something in this list, click on it, see what's happening. We just talked about the Mara, still awfully strong. It hasn't really pulled back at all. Anything that's won a race before, click on it, see what's happening. I know I say it over and over again, but until you click on and when I say see what's happening, what is the chart trying to tell you? This is a wild one, but again, this is an awfully volatile stock, of course, with 890,000 shares in the float. But what if SDOT had been coming in? There's the VWAP, and had been maintaining the VWAP for a while. You might look at that and okay, highly risky, but maybe I'll take the trade. Put a wide stop on it. Don't take too many shares and see if it works. So anything that's won a race before, click on it, see what's happening. Here, this is pretty erratic. It went through the VWAP and it kind of settled at the VWAP for a while. Now it looks like it's trying to pop off it. I wouldn't call this a great looking pattern though. It's pretty erratic, but you just don't know what you're going to see until you click on it. And notice a top 10 list is automatically built for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. This is what I'm saying. It gives you some focus, maybe to only concentrate on these stocks all day long, figure out a way to trade them. Number one, okay? Now, this race is a lot different, and I'm going to go over this race because I think if you're starting out trading, or even if you've got a lot of experience, this race may be a better race for a lot of people. And I'll explain why when I get to it. But the question right now, then, if you're listening to me, has to be, well, why are these stocks showing up? So all races start from a top list window. So if I right click on the race, and I click on open the top list, remember, all this is in the guide. I don't expect everybody to remember all of what I'm talking about, but this is the idea behind the race, or races in general. So all races start from a top list window. So why are these stocks showing up in this top list window? And configure. And I click on the summary. So I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $50, minimum traded 200,000 shares, and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. That's what I want to see. Notice that if I right click in this top list window, launch the real-time stock race. All races start from a top list window. So you can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters. So for instance, you may not like this price range. Maybe you only want to see stocks between $1 and $10. Maybe you want to see stocks between 100 and 1,000. Maybe you want a different minimum volume. Maybe you don't care if it's up 2% from yesterday's close, or you want a different number. If you have any experience trading, maybe you want to add in some filters that you like to create your own top list window and then launch the race on it. So before we had races, the way a person would use a top list window would be this. So right now I've sorted on the change from the close because I have the column header. You can sort on, if you have the column header, you can sort on it. I obviously do. The C% means the change from the close. So I've sorted on it. I've double left clicked, and now I'm ranking the stocks all the way down here. It's a big list. So JLHL is the one that has moved the most from yesterday's close based on my filters, my price range, minimum volume, etc. It's up 115%. WRAP up 48%, etc., all the way down this list. So these stocks, more than likely, you're going to see these stocks all day long here because people are following them all day long. Makes sense. This is trading 689 times normal up to this time of day. But this is what the race does. The race does not care where the stock is in this list of stocks. All the race cares about is What stock in this list of stocks is moving the most percentage-wise since the race started? That's all it cares about. So yes, as I'm saying, JLHL and RAP and all these ones that are very active, they're being followed by probably hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of traders all around the world. So of course they're going to be, but that doesn't mean that some stock down here, this one that we've seen in the past quite a bit, the EYPT. We've seen this one in the past quite a bit. It's up 6.4%. But what if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, it started to move up this list? It was up 7%, 8%, 10%, 12%. How would you know that? What are you going to do? Stare at a list of stocks to see what is moving? But that's what the race does. The race doesn't care where it is in the list. Just tell me what is moving the most. Again, as I'm saying, these stocks are probably going to be near the top all day long because they're super active. Okay? So that's the base, but you can. So the use of a top list window again was show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are up the most from its opening trade of the day. That's what that change from the open percent is. So JLHL from its opening trade is up 83% from its opening trade of the day. If I had filters, I could have a 5-minute high as a filter, 5-minute low as a filter. I could click on those so I could see the stocks that are up the most in the last 5 minutes or down the most in the last 5 minutes, things like that. Okay, I can that was a use. You can still use a top list like that. Okay, so that's the idea behind it. Now, this race is very different. Let's take a look at this top list window. Now, the market's up 4, so we might see a fairly large one or not. Okay, so look at the difference here. Sometimes when I do this, I only see 2 or 3 stocks. Okay, but you can just see the difference in this top list compared to this top list. Why is that? Now, the other thing I just want to point out, this is not a static list. Stocks will come in and out of this all day long as stocks meet the filter requirements or stop meeting the filter requirements. And what are those filter requirements? So in this particular case, I mean, I'm looking for stocks between $10 and $70, 200,000 shares again, 2%. But these 3 filters are preventing a lot of stocks from showing up. I want the market cap to be at least 500 million. I want the float to be at least 50 million. Those 2 filters are not here. And also the position in the day's range. If I put 100 in here, that would mean the stock is basically at the high of the day, the position in the day's range, okay? Putting 95 in here means it's going to be pretty close to the high of the day. Again, not a filter that's not here. So that filter is probably restricting most of the time, stocks from showing up. And what happens is when a stock meets that filter requirement, it shows up on the list, but then later on the day, it may drop out. And that's so it gets dropped from the list. That's why this is not a static list. So don't think, well, man, that's a very short list. Well, different stocks can come in and out of this list all day long. So why, in my opinion, would this be a better race to follow for some of you who are new, or even if you're a seasoned veteran? Because it also creates a top 10 list for you, just like this one does. But these stocks are way less volatile. You're not going to get, if you notice here the percentages, I mean, I'm not saying you'll never get anything that's up 1% from the start of the race, but it's not as common, of course, as this one. And in this one, we saw JLHL could be up 10%, 12%. You can get some giant percent moves. So while this race can be a lot more fun if you're on the right side of the trade, it can be devastating if you take too many shares and all of a sudden, the stock just drops on you. I'm not saying this can never happen, but these are more orderly types of charts. I mean, Mara finally had the drop, but generally speaking, you're not going to see a giant red candle or even a giant green candle in here. Okay, so that's why I'm saying This gives you some focus. You might look at this and go, okay, I'm going to find a way to trade these stocks all day long. Not necessarily every single one, but just focus on a few. Oh, I didn't see all that, William, while I was talking. Let me see. Okay, just give me a moment. Okay. Okay. So, Abirama, I don't know what you mean by RAP 2.1.12. So that scan is on my homepage. Okay. So if you click on my homepage link, let's see if I still got, yeah, if you click on my homepage link, it's not a scan. Okay. It's technically it's not a scan. It's a race. Okay. But we're talking semantics here. Okay. So if you click on my homepage link and scroll down to the middle section where I have my scans, view the scans, and at the top here, the large cap races, large cap gainers. Okay. Now, a couple of things about it though. And anytime you get any one of my scans right now, or any of the information from that from my scan section, if you load it right now, don't think you're doing something wrong because you're not seeing this top 10 list. Okay. Your list will start from the time you load the race. And right now it's 11:27 a.m. Eastern time. Okay. That's when your race will start and it'll develop your own top 10 list going forward. Okay. Now, the other thing you may want to change, and others listening, well, I'll duplicate it because I don't want to stop the race here. I'm just going to duplicate the race. Show the race setup. So here's how you can control. So for instance, I'm running a 4-minute race as an example, okay? But right here is what I'm talking about. When I loaded those into my homepage, I had auto start at time checked, and that's what you're going to see. Auto start at time, and you notice it says 9:30, the 9:30 open, because for whatever reason I decided I didn't want this race running in the pre-market. And so I said, okay, I want to start it, auto start at time 9:30. So even though I might load trade ideas earlier than 9:30, the race was not starting. I changed that and I checked auto start unload. You don't have to. People listening to this don't have to do that. But now auto start unload means the race will start whenever you load trade ideas. So if you're loading it in the pre-market, that's when it'll start. If you're loading it at 10 o'clock, half an hour into the 9:30 open, that's when it'll start. But auto start and load may be something that person wants to change if you want the race to run in the pre-market also. And it'll run all the way into the pre-market, through the pre-market. Okay. So in this particular case, that would have been a very, very good topping play. From the bouncers toppers. There's the Mara. In this case, I mean, but the issue is that just because you get one doesn't mean, well, okay, that's obviously going to top out. I mean, SLM looks interesting to me if it gets down below here. Okay, it's basing a little bit, but it could still be very strong and it's not going to drop at all. You don't know. I mean, that's the problem. That's the issue, isn't it? You just don't. You don't know 100% what something is going to do. All you can do is maybe try some things. So I might look at this and go, well, you know what? If it takes out this high right now, looks like it wants to continue. The next high looking left is 25.42. You know, it's funny. We've seen this JLHL many times. And if you're looking for news, you probably won't find anything. All right, so here's simple again, okay? SMPL, here's simple again. So yes, as William said, had a great bounce from 1225, all well, a little base here, and then it got up from 1225, got up to 1369. However, let's look what's happening right now. There's the VWAP. Is the VWAP going to act as support as it's coming into it, or will it break it, which might give us an opportunity to short it? Okay. I mean, it's up, it's now up 4% for the day. It was down here. And this is an earnings play. It's a very strange reaction to earnings early. It was up a lot. Market opens, drops. It actually gone negative. Now it's positive, but will the VWAP act as support? Will it act as support? I mean, we don't know. So what I will do, the VWAP's around 13, I'm using pre-market data, okay? I know the VWAP says 1347 here in the single, but that is not using pre-market data. I want to use pre-market data for the VWAP. Why not? It trades a lot in the pre-market. But that's up to you. So what I'll do is I'll put a price alert maybe just a little bit underneath it, 1320, and see what happens, see if it gets there. Or put a price alert around 1355 on the upside, see if it takes that out, and maybe that's going to allow it to resume its move higher. Wow, fast morning for me. Even though I've only taken the one trade, it's been a fast morning. I love the questions, guys. Definitely keeps me interested. So in less than half an hour, I will be taking a break for about an hour, and then Steve Gomez will take over for me in our YouTube room. Steve Gomez is the originator of the trades of the week, and he's way more of a swing trader than I am. He also looks at the market completely in a different way from me. He looks at more the macro of it. I don't care. I mean, within reason, I don't care. I'm, as an intraday trader, I just care what's happening today. And with trade ideas, we're always able to find the moving stocks. Well, you know what? The spread is tightened up a little bit for the FBRX. There are shares available. Looking at the spread right now, 29.63, 29.84. So it's tightened up a lot compared to what it was. The VWAP is down here. Will the VWAP act as a bit of a magnet? That's about $2 to the VWAP. Nah, but you know what? I was going to do it, but look at the spread now. It just completely widened. I was going to take that short, but the spread just widened again. So can't trust it. And I mean, it may just completely collapse, but I just can't trust a stock where all of a sudden, the spread just widens again. And a lot of it has to do with the float. I mean, at 20 million in the float for a $30 stock, it's pretty light. All right, Gino, come back. Come back. I'm here, on the mic, 9 o'clock. Well, you can come into the room though at 6:45. Okay, I'm not on the mic until 9, but there's a lot of interaction with traders in the pre-market. 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. The reason it jumped, early stage trial data for vitiligo, or whatever this is. What does it do? I don't know what, as early as in 9 weeks. Vitiligo. However, this is phase 1B, so it's very, very early. Can I duplicate one of my races? Okay, right click, duplicate, and okay, so there it is. Okay, so let's see. Stop it, like stop it, pausing it, and then start it again. Okay, I just did that. Okay. The good news is that it used to take 30 seconds to rev up, but I guess now it is sort of the race is starting pretty much at, at whatever your race time is, like the 4 minutes. It used to take 30 seconds before you'd see any action at all. Hmm. Don't know how to help you there, Wolf. Because as you can see, it doesn't happen for me. It's the same size. Maybe start off with a completely new top list even. I don't know. I mean, take your top list window. Yeah, it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter. The latest beta, it should not matter. Maybe maybe create a brand new top list, okay? Just out of curiosity. Start from scratch and run a race based on a brand new top list and see if that has any bearing on it. So hard, it's when it if it was happening for me, then I could say, okay, I'll get the dev team on it. But I mean, there's no what they would look at. They would say, well, it's not happening for us, and there's no setting. It's not like there's a setting within that will magically cure it. I do know that sometimes when I start a race, the symbols are really, really small. And then, yeah, when I stop and start it again, they get to a size I want, but it doesn't keep increasing every time I do that. Guys, I'm maybe going to be interested. Shoot, I wish I'd seen this right down here. Are you running other races that it is not happening? This was a beauty. I mean, I forgot to thumbnail this chart. This is this is the two-time bull for Meta, the stock. I mean, it's gone mildly positive. Meta has just gone positive. Yeah, take one of my races and see if the same thing is happening. Yeah, good idea. All right, let's take a look at the market. So the Qs are up, Dow's up, and the SPY's up. So there's no disconnect in the market today between the value and the growth stocks. Everything is up. Remember, I was talking about for those of you with the AI. I mean, this was an awesome alert, guys, on the short for the IONS. An awesome alert on the reentry. So if you had taken it the first time, and you debate the stop here, you would have got stopped out. But then you had an opportunity to take it at a better entry, and look what's happening. I mean, I'm not saying they're all going to do this, but boy, and there's an idea that I always float around is just wait for reentries. Do not take the first alert. Wait for a reentry. Some days you're not going to get any, and I'm not saying they're all going to work. There's only one reentry today. And again, you only get a reentry if a stock hits the stop price and it gets halfway between the original alert price and the stop price. In this case, remember, this was a short. So in this case, that was 69.08. How good is that? $65 now. So again, many just wait for a reentry. And don't forget, you can put a sound alert here. So you'll be alerted when you get an alert price, and also you'll be alerted on the reentry. And please make sure you uncheck profitable trades. Uncheck it. Otherwise, you would not have seen this. You would only see it when it got down below 68.06. But you want to see it when it's at 69, okay? 69.08. Hopefully that all makes sense. A news halt. For SRX. What happened when it came out of the halt yesterday? Did it a little bit of a blip up? Went almost a dollar higher, okay, based on whatever news they came out with. All right, guys, I've decided to take the Met U. Okay, it's just gone mildly positive. It's more because the market's doing this, so I'm thinking, okay, it might follow the market for a while. The minute if the market has a downturn at all, I'll probably. This is more. I don't go into trades thinking it's just a scalp trade, but I don't. I'm not thinking this is going to have a massive move. I mean, obviously, I wish I'd taken it off the VWAP break, but I'm just sort of looking at the market, what the overall market is doing. Just give me a moment. And again, I'm not saying to anybody else to do the same thing. It's going to be on a real short leash, though. Boy, it's got something to do then with your system, Wolf. That it makes it even more difficult. Now, I mean, admittedly I don't start and stop the race, 10 times. I never stop the race. Yeah, I mean, I'll just check what I'm using as a font. Let's say a 10. I've got a 10 font. I don't know what you're using, but and the sans serif. I mean, it is possible if I started and stopped this race, 5 times, it may get bigger, but never been a reason for my doing that. So, all right, guys, from the reversal scan, TDTH is ripping now. Okay. And, obviously it's got room. 319 is the next high looking left. Looking for that setting. Okay, go to tools from the toolbar. Okay, well found. Go to tools from the toolbar and then go to options right at the very top. You're following along. And then usually it'll go to general, it'll be on general immediately. And then there's a font section. See what I'm so tools from the toolbar, options, and then fonts. Okay, and here's how you can change the size. I'm on 10. Well, that shouldn't matter. I mean, that just means in theory, like these will be a little smaller. I put it on 10 to make it a little more visible for people. 8 is fine, yeah. So, so this is the news that I see. I got halted at 11:41. Okay, so this is the news that I see. I'm sure you must see the same stuff, right? Has allocated up to $20 million to repurchase common stock until July the 9th. What? Until July the 9th. That's 2027. Okay, I was going to say, well, that's today. Okay. So that's the news that I see. I got halted at 11:41, and this news was just hitting. You must have that though, right? Oh, okay. Well, that's the news, okay, for the SRXH allocating up to $20 million to repurchase common stock until a year from now. And that's the reason it got halted. Wow, 11:50. Give me a moment, guys. This has to be one of the fastest mornings I've had, and I've only taken 2 trades. Okay, so what I want to do now is I'm just going to put my announcement up. Okay, I'm still going to hang around until Steve takes over for me in our YouTube room, but I'm just going to put my announcement up. And the next step is to put the YouTube link in. So anybody who wants to head over to YouTube can do so. Listen to Steve. Okay. So I'm going to try to have some patience with this METU. It's basically a couple of pennies below where I took it. I just want to have a little patience with it. I mean, I want to see if Facebook, wow, Meta. But I have to watch the market. Okay, I'm watching the market. Obviously, Meta has been lagging the market today. Well, not necessarily. Boy, this TDTH from the, I've sort of been discounting these cheap ones from the reversals, but there's some really good ones, some pretty interesting ones. Oh man, I'm kicking myself for not following this a lot better. We saw this in the pre-market. It was already down a lot in the pre-market, but it is down more. And it was from our AI. Oh, okay. Peng is finally, after having a great little run. Okay, so this was an earnings play yesterday. It's still up 10%, but it is profit taking, whatever you want to call it, into the VWAP. Will that act as support? Big day yesterday. Look at that. Look at that day, and it closed near the high. It was an earnings play yesterday. Up at these levels right there is an all-time high. You know what, guys? Yeah, going to be on a break. I mean, not that this is going to be that whippy, but I think I'm going to take. I don't want to hold this during my break. Okay, out of the Met U. Okay, little loss on it, but I don't want to hold it over my break. Look at it come right back up. It looks like it's following the market a little. I mean, well, that's what I was. I don't like taking stock. I mean, I should have been in a lot earlier. I'm talking about that Met U. Should have been in a lot earlier, but I lost sight of it. Now, where could this go? I mean, look at ions. I mean, my goodness, 48. I'm not saying it's going to get down here, but 48.67 is the next low looking left on a monthly chart. Had a big run, but then their drug did not work, or they didn't get good results. There's the, I mean, there's the, oh, I'm sorry, it's way below the 200-day moving average also. But if to back this weekly chart out just a little bit, usually I just like to look at the monthly, but I'm going to back the weekly out to see 65.43. We're at that right now. What's that low right there? 66. So it's below that. So it must be here. So this week of September of last year, there was a low of 63.36. So that may act as a bit of support. All I had to do was wait about a minute, and then I'd be laughing with a met you. Okay, guys, it is now 3 minutes to 12. Just waiting for Steve to show up in our YouTube room. So now this is starting to show up on the bouncers toppers. So, I mean, is it going to bounce? I mean, but what did we say? I said 63 something is the next low on the weekly chart. Oh, you mean Fidelity or E-Trade is preventing you from buying it? Is that what you mean, William? I didn't try yesterday with Interactor Brokers, so I don't know. Oh, I see. When you say I can't buy it now, I thought you literally meant you're, one of those stocks that the broker is not allowing you to buy it. Yes, wordsmith that you are. You should have been much more clear. Yes. Now, one of the sort of unwritten rules about the bouncers toppers, I mean, if a stock if it's moving down because it has really bad news, which does, it's a little, in my opinion, a little more difficult to try to play a bounce on it. I mean, I'm not saying this can't bounce at all, but I mean, the bad news is it's going to be there all day. I'm not saying it can't have any sort of a bounce. And yes, sorry guys, I broke a bit of a rule. You probably know what I did. You probably know what I did. I'm going to be sitting here I'm going to be doing it, exercising, but I'll be at my computer. So I decided to do something, even though I was going to be on my break. Remember, I was beating myself up about the menu bouncing. I said, what the heck? I heard a little pop, so I think Steve is in our room, in the YouTube room right now. Okay, guys, I'll see you. I'll take my break now. I'm going to mute myself now in the main room. See you guys about 1 hour. And now I hope you're still following the soccer. I know you said you wouldn't just because your team is out, but I hope you're still going to follow a little bit of the soccer, Steve.
Oh, of course. Like every other American, I'm a Norway fan now.
Right.
You want to know why?
Other than the okay, it's not just because of the Mad Viking. I mean that's or the Big Viking. That can't be it.
It kind of is. Yeah, I mean, he plays the game like an American might want to play the game. It doesn't ever really see soccer. A lot of Americans shake their head when they see the guys take a dive and do a triple.
Oh, I see.
And the anguish and the pain and the bullshit.
Yeah.
And that just has never flown well with the Americans. And then they see this guy who doesn't dive but runs over
Canadians
people.
too. Canadians too. Okay.
Canadians do what?
Canadians also. It doesn't sit well with Canadians.
Oh,
also.
okay. All right, good.
Okay.
Well, I know it's big in South America. I know that's kind of, somebody explained that to me. It's a little less prevalent in Europe, but that's all I know.
Right. What I don't like, I mean, listen, there can be genuine pain and all, but it's the clutching of the face and the agony in the face.
Facial expressions are over the top.
That's the one that drives me crazy.
Well, the ones that drive me crazy is when they don't do a double roll; they do like a triple roll on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that third roll was really needed to get the referee's attention.
And then they take a peek.
Yeah, they look, and then they get up and run. That doesn't sit well with a lot of people.
No.
So when they see an Erling Haaland come along and just run through people and not dive and not fight, it's kind of refreshing.
Okay, well, well, that's my second team. I'm going for England first, and then Norway.
The Commonwealth and all.
The Commonwealth and all, yes. Okay, Steve, I'll let you go. You obviously have to go at about 5:02. I'll come back at about 5:02 to let you get into that meeting, and we'll see you then.
All right. See, I think there we go. I'll put the video on today. Let me go over to YouTube. I like to use the YouTube chat. Get live here. All right, how's everybody doing? Happy Thursday. My wife said, when the hell did you become a soccer fan? And I said, every 4 years. That's pretty much it. But, who knows? Maybe I'll have to peek into some of these Champions League games. Watch Holland. I had no idea that guy Zlatan played for Sweden. He's an interesting character. His story, God dang it. Andy had me in this APLD this morning, and I got stopped out. Darn here, I'm just not proud of that trade. I'm in this. I go through my positions. Let me just give the general announcement. So welcome to the support session. That's what this is supposed to be. But when we don't have support to give to new users, if nobody chimes in with a question or request or wants to see something, then I just start rambling. And I got to thank Andy for getting me into Baba last week, early last week. I was watching it around 100, and then my base price is, I think, like right here, like 96 something. I can't remember. And then we got that wonderful gift yesterday where China just went ape shit overnight. And so I usually don't play the stocks, but Andy really had my attention on this one. And then I saw a great post from Jake. I can't pronounce his last name, was Kowskis or whatever. Went skiing with him and met him. He's a good guy. And he said, he showed a long-term chart. He said, Baba has never been more oversold than it is right now. And so having Andy in my ear, the China expert, and then Jake pointing out the RSI has never been, and I kind of wanted to add some China exposure to the portfolio. I took a shot, and now I'm really happy I did, because yeah, really? Is that the story now? Okay, I figured that would happen. We can talk about, ABTC had the reverse split, and I'm still in it, and it's a loser. And I'm not going to just sit here and tout a loser, but giant volume bar yesterday, the reverse split kind of traded through. I basically doubled up. I doubled up yesterday down here. So I've got a shit ton of this thing now. I'm sure lawsuits and all that stuff are probably baked in. Andy just made a good point. He goes, it's funny that you got stopped out of something like APLD near lows, but you're going to sit in a loser like ABTC. And my answer was conviction versus, I don't know. I don't really know much about APLD other than it's a data center kind of a stock. And Nibius has had a pretty big fall off. It hasn't really done much. So it's kind of sector biasing that one today. So I got stopped out of that one, which is a bummer. But Baba, my biggest winner. DJT has been doing really well. Of course, got a good price on that one. I think it's 745 down here. We'll draw a line on that one again. Let's see. Hello, hey, Stocks Unhinged. What's going on? So yesterday I bought some silver. I felt like silver was in play. I got it at, I got a great price. And then I doubled up on it here. I saw it just butting up against it. And I basically doubled up right here, just trying to add to a position. I don't know. I got a weird feeling about silver. Oh, this is a fun one. So, I had some cash to play with. As you guys know, I like to go to this scan when we've got cash. And this is the scan that shows me the top row there is the most egregiously shorted names. And I'm proud to own 2 of them. Jack in the Box being one. If you guys recall, Wendy's last month or last week had a giant short squeeze. The Reddit Wall Street group got a hold of that one. And for a day or two, it went kind of nuts. Well, Jack in the Box is sharp 40% float right there, 40%. 16 million. It's a good recipe for a short squeeze. And the way it came down and broke and bounced off the 20 yesterday, I bought some today right on the open because it held yesterday. So far, it's working pretty good. And then the other egregious short is ARQQ, which stopped me out yesterday as a loss. I jumped back in today. So this one is also 39% short. A couple of 40% shorters here. And if we can get a short squeeze environment going, I want to be in these 2 names. And so again, this trade ideas scan gives you a good list. I'll share this. And so the top row is going to be sorted. So where the top row is the highest short floats. And all 5 of them are green. How about that? Wolf is another one at 76%, and Groupon. I talked about that one last month. That one did it, and I didn't participate in it. So the proof is here in the top row that these things can get going if the shorts get scared enough. Fig, I haven't looked at that one either. But I'm long Jack in the Box, and I'm long ARQQ, quit. What else do I have? Oh, Brian Shannon got me in this one, and I got wiggled out of it yesterday, but I've seen these kind of charts before. Now, what is this? This is kind of like DFTX, which is on highs as I speak. So people are buying the psychedelic stocks. Compass Financial was the trade of the week last week, which had some weird news, but bounced right back up. Well, ATAI is another one of those plays. And boy, does the chart look juicy, all right? Clinical stage biopharmaceutical focus on development, rapid mental health treatments. All right, so basically it's, I think, psilocybin and other psychedelics. But all I'm seeing is DFTX and Compass strong. There seems to be an appetite for these crazy new psychedelics. And what I see is a beautiful chart here. I see a giant volume bar, 2.5, 3 days of run, pull back, and the 10 SMA is holding perfectly. Every time the price comes down to the 10 SMA, the buyers are stepping in. So all I see in the general picture is this. I see a nice little handle there. I'm not going to let myself get wiggled out of this one. It could try and stop people out quickly before it runs. I doubt it. I hope not. But this is a very juicy pattern, just respecting that 10-day moving average. And if this thing takes out highs, it's not a big short float, so there's not a short squeeze. It's a biotech. It's got a lot of shares. I've actually got standing orders right now, and this is how I like to do it. Standing order 1 is going to be right there at, hang on a second. Yeah, there it is right there at 624. And then I just put another standing order in at 74. So I'm going to mark up those 2 levels just to let me know. So that's kind of what I'm gunning for. And I pull back and look at the bigger picture. I think that's very much in play. I'm not asking for much. And then if I do get those sales off tomorrow, today, Monday, I don't know if I'm lucky, I'll still have 1/3 left to play with or sit in and see what happens. So that's how I like to do it. If I think I'm hooked up on a good trade, and I kind of try to get ahead of myself on where I want to take profits, because just like when a trade goes against you, you can be a deer in the headlights, and that's not good. Kind of like I'm being an ABTC. But when a trade goes for you, sometimes you're like, whoa, what's happening? And you really should be taking profits along the way a little bit here and there. What else do I got? I did buy that NIBIS. So what happened was when I saw that I got stopped out of APLD, that kind of pissed me off. So I said, well, maybe these things are going to stay strong. So I had a reason for it. I had cash, and it was right there. I'm buying it off the 5-day. I've got a stop in place just above that low. If Nibius rolls back over, I'm out. I'm very tight stop in Nibius. But seeing what APLD is doing, it's had a big sell-off in that name, so it was more oversold. Anyway. A couple of other random names, GameStop, another possible short squeeze. I just feel like the market could short squeeze. Let's talk about that. So where have we come from in the NASDAQ? We've come from a long way, right? We can give up consolidation in two forms. We can give it back in price or sideways action. And what we had was the sideways consolidation in the NASDAQ versus, a steep pullback. And in hindsight, that pullback was pretty steep right there. And then the next two have been higher than that. So you've got a beautiful flag. Generally speaking, markets will continue in the same direction. That's the path of least resistance from which they first came into the consolidation. Therefore, I'm kind of bullish on where we go from here. I think the market's just in a holding pattern, waiting for some awesome headline that maybe nobody anticipated, maybe an interest rate headline, maybe something needs to spark a catalyst to get this market to pop out of this sideways bullish range. Same with the S&P, a big shakeout there, almost too much. But we've got the same type of pattern, sideways consolidation versus price pullback consolidation. So we're just building ourselves into a corner. And when the price action is painting itself into a corner, you've got to look, where did it come from? It came from down here. It's likely to continue. People can talk about RSI and overbought and monthly chart channels all they want. I'm not anticipating a breakdown. If we do, that would catch me off guard and it wouldn't be good. I'm anticipating some catalyst to move higher. So I want to be long stocks right now. Lastly, I've always kind of had my eye on this one too, and Andy got me into this one. Robotics stock, Sim. We'll see. Ugly chart. It's been beaten up badly. If it does get going, I could sell some at the 50, but a couple of big volume spikes last few days down here. I'll blame Andy if it doesn't work. And that's all I have in my holdings right now. But it is full speed ahead. I've got zero cash to work with. It's ABTC certainly is a nemesis. A lot of very upset people at what's going on over there. And I don't really blame them. So we'll see what happens. Let me see this here for a second. Didn't get anything through on the scan today, which is unusual. Might need to change the filter. Pull back to the 130. Spies are trying to go to highs, but who knows where we're going to go. You could pull right back down. But this is a good sign. I'll show you this. This flat 5 right here and starting to curl back up, 5-day moving average. Since yesterday, the 10 SMA has kind of been holding the bidders. So we got two solid, a day and a half of solid bidding here off that low spike yesterday. And it's just the guardrail of the 10 SMA that I use. GDS, that was a good chart Andy had of a China stock that I might want to get into. So I put a pullback price alert here, and GDS is a China stock, but it's kind of like a China data center, which has got my attention. But I'm not going to chase the price up here. I'm going to look for a nice entry over the next day or two. Would love to see, just as I say that, Patrick, PSLV goes to highs. I would love to see PSLV break out of this very tight little range here. And more importantly, do exactly what like the spies were just doing. We came up and butted heads against the 5-day. We've been battling the 5-day moving average all morning. And what forces the issue up and out of this little range? The rising 10 SMA. Boom, a new high. These are the only two guardrails that I use on my 15-minute chart. That's all I feel like I really need to tell me if the stock's in no man's land or if it's setting up here to make a strike, setting up here to make a move. And if it does make a move in PSLV, it's probably heading right there to $20 level where the 20 SMA in red is waiting for it. And I'll probably not talk about it much more. DFTX, new high. That's the psychedelic stock that used to be MindMed. I actually got lucky in this one. I caught that gap up and sold it all over the last 2 days. Never got a pullback and then didn't really want to buy into it higher. So I started looking at that Compass stock. Didn't not make money in that one, but I'm looking to make money in ATAI. That's shaping up kind of nicely. Oh, you're intraday trading Tesla? Yeah, why not? You know, I mean, people used to do NVIDIA and anything that's moving that you get it. The nice thing about these big guys is like when they do get moving, you can get some nice trends in them for sure. The mags. Interesting. Silver's trying to go to highs, but Bitcoin doesn't care. I would not be surprised to see ABTC just doji today. Sometimes that's just a win in and of itself. But after I doubled up yesterday, I got to really pay attention to this thing. I don't know how much more bad news could be baked into it. Another high in DFTX. Wish I was in that one. But it really should help this ATI. Maybe we'll get ATAI to do something here. Over the next hour. Nibis is also a good one to day trade. That's what I thought I might be able to pull off in it, but it looks like I might not be able to. It needs to shape up here. Otherwise, it's going to get cut for a recycling of the cash into something better tomorrow. I feel like Aladdin sometimes. I get like 3 wishes. You know, you got enough cash to buy 3 things. You better make sure you like them. Because if not, you're going to have to wait until tomorrow to pick up something else. Wow, they really want that DFTX. See, sometimes it's a good thing I don't have cash because then I start getting greedy like a pig and start piling into more of something that I like. And the restriction actually holds me back sometimes. Whatever you guys want to talk about. Yeah, this is the only bad trade I have right now. Everything else is green. Let's take a look. We can do that, Patrick. Silver futures. Little spike. We go to 15-minute. The 15-minute futures are riding the 10 SMA perfectly. See, I've got the same 2 tools here on the futures. Even though I'm pretty sure this, no, that's a 65. Never mind. The 10 always works well. The thing is with me, I'm bullish Bitcoin, I'm bullish silver, I'm bullish gold. The hard part is the timing, is getting it right when the headline comes and you're positioned correctly. Otherwise, things just start to diminish. Speaking of diminish, this stupid, I'm going to have to, let's see. Where's my stop in that? I'm giving this thing 0 tolerance because it's just been such a beast. Yeah, I'll just leave it as is. Which brings up a good point. You know, I kind of wish I had done that with APL. Actually, I did do that with APLD. I just didn't do it low enough. Yesterday, a couple of things I got out of, I was starting to get a little pissy, and I called it a selling tantrum, a midday selling tantrum, where I just started manually hitting market sells, and that kind of feeds on itself. And then in hindsight, a few of those things would have held on if I'd have just said, you know, the point being here, sometimes I just need to use a stop and let the fate of the universe handle it, rather than, and you feel better about it. If the stop hits, you're like, oh, well, it was fatalistic. It was supposed to happen. If it doesn't hit, you're like, wow, lucky me. Good thing I didn't sell. All right. Hey, well, I missed the full chat you were having with Barry at the beginning. What was that about flopping or diving at the World Cup? What I said in context was Erling Haaland is blowing up in America for 2 reasons. The women like him. They love his personality. They're intrigued by him. He's a dangerous guy with a soft, giant heart. And the men are watching how this guy plays, and it reminds them of American football. Erling runs through people. Unorthodox, does not dive. His father taught him, do not dive. You earn your goals not by, you know, playing games for the referee. So what I was commenting on is how he's winning over the American audience quickly for soccer because of his style of play. And I don't know much about soccer, but somebody mentioned to me that it's more the South American countries that try to play the gamesmanship, rolling on the ground with the pain face, trying to get attention. But we appreciate, in America, we appreciate the way this guy's playing ball. Matter of fact, people are actually going, hey, he should be like a wideout for the NFL because he's fast and he can jump and he's tough. And let the guy be. He's a soccer player, and he's playing it in a very cool style that everybody in this country is appreciating. And that was my point. Just want that my physical metals will bounce back, down 40% from the top. Yeah, I got them too. Sometimes, you know, digital tokens and crypto and physical, you just got to compartmentalize it literally, physically, and not look at it. The safe is closed for a reason, so you don't get at it. But you come on here with some paper stuff and you start having midday tantrum cells, you can change your mind really easily. I love the way that jack is shaping up. Somebody mentioned that, yeah, LeBron James, the floppers. Yeah, I've totally been like, so me too, like my in social media has been, so I'm curious, this guy, his diet fascinates me. Super cool. He just goes to the farm. He doesn't go to the store. His training discipline is phenomenal. He's literally like peak alpha, and like all these men are like inspiring to have his discipline and his control and abilities and strength and speed. And so his father, yeah, as I understand it, his father had some weird career-ending injury where some rival hurt his knee, and then his father talked shit about him, and then the guy came back and took his father out in a brutal tackle and ended his career. And so Erling was born in England, and then they moved back to Norway and raised in Norway. Pretty cool story. Played for Leeds, yeah. And whoever his girlfriend is, she was smart. She said she was like dating one of his friends, and then she saw him, and she's like, oh, I got to get next to that guy. Locked him up with a kid. All right. Let's play with the new AI. which everybody has access to if you are on the new beta. AI assistant. And what I'm seeing is it's cool that you can talk, but there's a lot of things that are kind of lost, I think, in talking to the AI. So I think typing is better. So I'm just going to see if I can figure out a way to make something interesting. I'll read it after I'm done. I won't dictate like Dan. All right, make me a scan. Make me a sandwich. Make me a scan, please, of stocks that are above composite rating of 70, so they're decent charts. Got a gap up at least 2%, but we're making a new 5-minute low to, I'm going to say touch the 10 SMA on a 15-minute time frame, average daily volume of 500K. Let's see what our little experimental AI makes. Configuration alert window, giving me a 5-minute low. There's the filters, and there's the scan. Let's see what we got. Let's go back in time. I want to see this, like right there. Let's go history today. There's a lot of them in there. That USD was interesting. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go configure symbol list. A single symbol USD. I want to see if we caught that earlier. We didn't. 927. Why didn't it catch it here at 7:30? Oh, wait, let me run the history. No. Hang on a second here. We hanging up a little bit. Okay. What was I going to do? Change the symbol list back to all symbols. And we're getting some stuff coming out here, but they're coming in kind of late. Let's change this to a top list. Let's see if we can see something in real time. Can we make this a top list instead? Converted to top list. Okay, let's take a look. Okay, I see what I want to do. Make sure the filter for 10 SMA 15 is no more than negative 0.1% below. See if it understands that. So I'm trying to make a correction to it. And let's see what here's the new tab, the new correction. Let's see what they're giving me now. Here we go. So now what my problem was with the last configuration was it assumed I wanted to see anything under. I'm saying, no, 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 minimum 0.1% under. I don't want to see anything under that line. So hopefully that helped. Like a lot of things, it's trial and error. It's barely below, barely below. See, a lot of things gapped up. I want to run this earlier. So we go to time frame, historical date. Let's see what this looked at like at 7 o'clock, 7:30 or 7:10 my time. Okay, so at 7:10 earlier in the day, that was in there as well. All of these were. That was a good one, 7:10 right there. That's what I'm looking for right there. Strong stock, gapped up, pulled back, alerted me here at the 10 SMA. So we're kind of dialing a strategy in, an idea, and I see somebody's asking, how do I get this access? Well, the first thing you have to do is you have to download the beta on our website, go to the download page. And then once you have that, let me minimize this. Once you have that downloaded, under the new menu, you will see AI Assistant. There we go. So, I started up with an alert window, and then I realized I wanted to make a new iteration, change it to a top list. So then we went to top list, and then I made the iterational change of we need to tighten up that 10 SMA a little bit. But doing it in such a way where the old version is, configure and search and click and type and think. Well, this one does the thinking and clicking and searching and typing for you. It's got an agent. There's a bunch of stuff going on under the hood where there's different agents using different AI platforms to find the right type of answer. It's kind of a brand new behind the scenes thing that honestly could not have been done a year ago, but the developers here figured out that's now available and kind of tied the pieces together. You're on the 5.8 version. Okay. You need 5.9. Okay, it's going to be download right there, release notes. This is the new 5.9 release, and there it is. So when you see the notes, you can go in and read the new notes on improvements, updates, features, such and such. But again, what we've kind of discovered is you can play around with the voice command. Like I could click microphone and do voice, but I think a lot of context is lost. You're trying to think on the fly, and if you pause too long, then it assumes you're done speaking. And it's kind of easy to just kind of think it out and type it out, but it's novel and fun to show that you can use the microphone. And as I understand it, this will be configurable. If you're female and you want Erling Haaland or somebody in there, you could put him in there. I'm going to close that. I'm not going to close it. We lose our work. We just keep that open. Let's see. Okay, so we've got a going down channel. I like to use the channel dock channel, if that's what you're talking about. Which one are you talking about? Going down. They're always adding new channels, and I can't keep up. Ah, there it is. Okay, so going down, what I'm going to show you is you can reverse, pivot these. You can say, all right, pop this out here into a new window, duplicate into a free floating window. This is the guts of the whole thing. The chart is there. Whatever you want to click on, it's going to show you. But the first thing we do is free float the window and pop it out. Right? We can close this now. And from here, watch closely. There's a simple toggle in config menu called the flip button. If you're not aware of this, it's super easy logic. It just takes everything that's in here and inverts it, and that would be long. So if I click flip, all of a sudden, okay, those invert to the exact opposite long. And that's something you can do yourself. So, you just pop out a duplicate window, and then from there you can run a race on it if you want. You can build from there, but there is no channel for it for whatever reason. Yeah, you're right. There's no channel for going up. You got to kind of build that yourself, it appears. How to handle SOXL. Well, it's the 3-time bull. It's going to move very quickly. I look at the SMH. They look like they're running right into resistance. All the money was made yesterday off of lows and overnight on the gap. Buying that up here, I think, would be going against what I want to do. It just seems like you'd want to wait for a pullback. PSLV just trying to grind higher. BABA. My nemesis ABTC. Billy Jack's doing good on highs. Pull back over there. This SYM looking good. Oh, it's trying to fight its way through the 5-day. That's good. That's always a good start. I really have high hopes for this ATAI. Love the daily chart. I love the sector with DFTX and the other psychedelic stocks going to highs. This one's nasty as can be, but it's a quantum stock that had a great pullback and just trying to hang on there. XRTI, is that right? Game, I've made money in game on the upside. I think I sold it live last time I was talking to you guys. I took half off, and it was so smart. I looked up and took half off right there 5 days ago, right at the 200. I remember talking to you guys saying, "Oh, I better take half off." And then I sold the other half quickly. I said, "I'll buy it back when it, maybe shapes up." And it, I bought it down here when it tried to shape up. Third day of pullback. I want to be in this thing. I want to have exposure to it. I can't say why. I just want. Back to that Nibius. It's trying to fight its way through holding that 5-day moving average. And I've accepted my fate in this one. It's either going to be a nice day trade up or a quick scalp loss to the downside, because I've already set my alert, my stop. ELF, that's an interesting name. I know somebody else who likes that stock. Doing very well. As a matter of fact, somebody started talking to me that this stock back here, and I told them, it really needs to hold this low, and then it did. And I said, great, it needs to fight its way through the 50-day moving average, and then it did. Textbook, pulled back. What did it do? It found the 10 SMA saying, I'll take it from here. Held the 10 SMA. Another huge push. Pullback number 2. 10 SMA says, hey, I'm still here. Very strong move. It's had a move from 50 to 70. It's had a 50% move already. So, you start to run out of the ability for these nice little setups to move. Every time this setup happens like it is, it could go again, but I like the first one. The second one it's trying to do a second one, I should say. You just have to keep it tight. And the way I see this is the very first red candle that closes under the 10 SMA. Wait till the end of the day. Don't do an intraday tantrum sell like I did. Because if you get a wick back up, you're happy you stayed in. But if you get a red candle on lows, closing at lows at the end of the day, you quietly get up and you sell. And you say, that's my signal to not stick around for the gap down and selling on the open tomorrow. And Hewlett Packard, is that what that is? That's a little better. I like that one, how it's kind of reclaiming its 20-day SMA. I would watch, for some chop a little bit around here. It'll probably try and go sideways as these moving averages say, hey, you just breached this. What's going on? And then they become support. There's nothing to say that it can't just break out and go, but it's already got a pretty good distance from the 5-day moving average. And I like to try and buy things as close as I can to the 5-day moving average. But what you could do is you could buy a third. It just says starter. And what that does is that puts it on your radar, puts it on your screen. You don't lose track of it. And then you start adding to it on pullbacks. And then if it goes, well, then you're in a third. Maybe it's trying to come back to life. Looks like I'm going to have to take this chart home overnight if it doesn't do anything today. And these are the kind of charts that can just gap and go when they're ready. But until they're ready, they just kind of churn and come to a boil there back and forth. I've seen this enough times to where I've gotten out of these, and then the very next day they go, and I said, why did I get out of that? You want to look at MXL? We can look at MXL. This is the best one you've shown me because the entry on this one is much more contrarian. You've got a beautiful fake out yesterday, which turned into a nice candle, hammer. Now you're trading back above and you're finding natural resistance here at the declining 5-day moving average. So just watch it, keep an eye on it. And I would say the moment that it can resolve, it's actually already resolved the 5 days. So it's basically saying I've conquered the 5 days. So, I mean, you could take an entry here because on the daily chart, you've got runway, you've got room to run back to highs. You're not giving me this chart on this day here and saying, hey, what do you think of MXL here? That's the number one rookie mistake that everybody makes at first. You chase the action because you think that's where the action is. But just about the time that you find out chasing the action, the smarter professional traders are feeding you that action because they've already been positioned. They recognized down here that something was brewing. They stayed patient, and then they maybe sold a third and sold a third and then sold a third, while the newbie trader is seeing this light up on the screen going, oh my God, I should jump into this. And then they learn real quick why a 3-day pullback is usually a good thing to wait for. In this case, a 4-day pullback and then a reversal. So that's the best chart of the three you've shown me. Oh, I'm in California, and I have to disagree, Wolfhound. I'm in West Coast time zone, like Barry. Look at me. I'm in my late 50s. I get up as early as 4 o'clock sometimes. I've got tons of energy early in the morning, and then by the time the midday comes around, I've got whatever I want to do: errands, golf, practice golf, go play guitar, go shopping, go to the store, I got all day to do what I want. Whereas the East Coast, you don't get out of there till 4:30, 5, and then it's just like the day is gone. So I hardly disagree. You might be somebody who values their sleep and they look at it like, geez, I wouldn't mind trading Hawaii time. I can get up for that. It's just the way I'm wired now. 20 years ago, it was harder. But I've been doing it so long, and when you have a really good day trading and then you have the rest of the day to go golfing in June, July, that's pretty cool. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. I'm a real head case on the golf course, and if they're listening, they're laughing. My range game is awesome, but as soon as I get on the tee, voices in my head start fucking with me. Sorry. But I beat Dan. Dan has beaten me. We go back and forth. It's Brad, the one that I can't beat. We used to play in our 20s, and we used to go back and forth. And then Brad went and had a son, and when he works for us now, and but he was on the golf team in college, and so Brad got all that practice time in with his son, and now he just wipes the floor with me every time we play. And then Andy, he doesn't get out but more than maybe 4 times a year. What do I think of FCell? I know it gapped up today. Yeah, it's kind of like that other chart we just looked at. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. I mean, what was the news on FCell? You have to look up what the news is that gave it that gap down, but it found perfect support right on the open, right off the 50-day moving average. And it's well under the 5-day. So, I mean, it's got some room to run on the daily if it wants to. But honestly, these alternate energies need to get back in gear. Some of them are popular, like BE is popular, and some of them just can't get out of their own way, like Plug and Ballard Power. You just won't do any. It's very selective. This thing sure died, and I did exactly what I thought it would do. This DXYZ, it was one of my best trades of the year, and thank God I traded it so well, and then I just let it be. I thought, you know what? There's no way it's going to come back and redo the magic it did the first time. It was a perfect example of how, you know, stock hype can really drive something one and done almost. It didn't last long on that breakout of the second attempt. And then, you know, a couple of stocks look interesting, like Lunar and others. But every time I look at a space stock, I go, look at SpaceX. This is the bouncing ball, and it's what all IPOs do. It started off right there. It had 3 days of hype, and then the profit taking starts, and then it becomes a bouncing ball. And the bouncing ball is just looking for a crack in the ice, and it's going to come. So I don't really want anything to do with space stocks right now, because the minute SpaceX has a nasty down day and breaks its IPO low, which it already did, but it's trying to hang on by a nail, all bets are off for that sector. And so I try to really stay true to what is the strong sector today. For instance, today I know SIL silver is one of the strongest sectors, silver miners. And for the life of me, I just can't play the miners. They beat me up every single time. So I just go back to the physical. I go to the actual physical itself. I'm not in Xerox anymore. I sold it, and I tried to buy it back off the 50, and it rolled over and closed. I said, nope, get me out. And so now it's just a mess. It's just a mess in the armpit here, and it's totally changed. I was loving Xerox back here, loving it. And then, like, okay, all right, it's getting a little nasty. I got out. I got out back here. And then I said, well, I'll buy it back on the 50. And I tried, and they didn't like the way it closed. So now it's just facing this mess of 3 ominous moving averages coming down and beating it on top of its head. It'll take a headline or something, and you can never count on having a headline. You're a hoper if you're hoping for headlines. And then this kind of action too, you know, every spike is sold off. You don't like to see that. So Tesla wants to go back to highs. This one's been a mess, but this is a day trading stock right now. So you get these great moves from 390 to 420 down to 390. I'll be back up to 410. All right, looks like I'm all caught up on the questions anyway. If I'm not, you guys better get a question in before Barry comes back. Oh yeah, I gave up on that stock over a year ago. If they can't deliver and the market's not ready for it, then what are you going to do? Just got to do that sometimes. Gave up on UAVS, little pet stocks that were great to me at one time. And you just put them on the shit list and you never look at them again. DXYZ again, back to that one, made great money. And then the minute they dropped that secondary, took the profits that I had remaining out of the second trade. And I said, you guys are done. I'm never trusting you again. RR was a company I'd trusted. It can't get out of its own way. So you got to cut these things and don't get married to them and let them go. As I sit here and stare at ABTC, I know I've got my downside. Here it is, ATAI. Keep an eye on this one, guys. I might try something either today or overnight. Normally, I don't recommend things, but I mean, I kind of like that. I just got a good feeling about this one. So it also is a biotech, and they can get weird, especially like when they run. When a biotech runs, big movements after a day and a half, 2 days, I get real itchy to take the risk off before they drop a secondary to raise money, because these are smaller cap names. And sometimes that's exactly what they wait for.
Well, Mr. Gomez.
Yes, Mr. Barry.
You know what I've been trading, and I haven't. I started trading this. I don't know, 3 weeks ago. Never really looked that much at the company ETFs, but I've been trading METU, which is the long of Meta, and it has been absolutely amazing. Either on the short side, or I know there's probably a short.
I love those for day trades. Yeah.
Yeah. That's unbelievable.
Unfortunately, I can't do those in my main account, which is my 401k retirement account. So I'm limited to just the one time only. I can't short. I can only go long, but it works for me.
The one time only. So this is a 2 time. So they won't let you do that. Why not? It just is. It's
a 401k. Trust me, I'm lucky enough to be able to call it a self-directed and sign all the waivers and let me take control of my own account. But there's so many limitations that get rejected if I try to do things. Can't short. Can't do levered ETFs, can't do bonds, can't do options.
Oh, really?
But no complaints. I've created a little niche that works, and I kind of recycle cash, and I'm making it work.
Okay. I also heard at the end of talking about the time zone we're in. Yeah, I agree with you. The only thing is with so much pre-market work or so much pre-market action, I'd love to spend a month on the East Coast just to trade the pre-market, because that's so many big moves in the pre-market that just sort of fizzle out when the market opens. That's the only, I'd like to experiment with that.
That's a great point. Other than that, it doesn't affect me because I'm not a huge pre-market guy. So that doesn't really concern me that way. Yeah.
Right. But you're absolutely right. And guess what? In BC, British Columbia, we're not going, we're on one time zone now for forever. We're not going back. We're not doing daylight or standard time anymore.
I'm pretty sure we're going to do the same thing.
No, I thought your federal government wouldn't let you do it. I thought your state wants to do it, but unless you get the okay from the feds, you're not allowed to do it.
Well, have you seen the guy in charge of the Fed? He gets what he wants, and he said he wants to do it. He made a great point, like things you don't think about, like if you're a property owner and you've got these nice old clocks in the courtyard, you got to hire somebody to come out with a truck and a ladder and change the time. He goes, there's so many little things you don't think about to have to do that every year. And it is stupid and it is costly. And I would like to keep the time zone we're in right now so we have more daylight at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're doing that. So in other words, then I'll get an extra hour of sleep for the market. That was my point. So instead of getting up at 5, I can get up at 6.
Yep.
So yeah. All right, Mr.
whoever you are.
Yeah, whoever you are. I love the Mad Viking. Let's see what happens today. Or is the
Uh,
game today?
no,
Or
it's
is it tomorrow?
Saturday.
Oh,
France is
Saturday,
today.
Saturday, Saturday. Yes, you're right. You're absolutely right. Okay, my friend, I'll let you go and we'll see you next week.
All right. See ya.
Okay, guys, I'm just getting back in the other room too. Take over the screen. Music Maestro. I met you. I'm glad I took it again. I was beating myself up for not taking it, and then I said to myself, just do it. So, boy, this really, really, really moved. And that's of course the meta 2 time long. That did not show up on my daily trend reversal. It's just that I had it thumbnailed. I had it thumbnailed on my other monitor. Thumbnail meaning I had a small chart of it. I've been following it for about 3 weeks now. So anyway, and I'm not looking to sell it quite yet. I mean, it almost got to 24. Boy, look at Hertz. Boy, Hertz is down a $2 stocking. I wonder if they're going to declare bankruptcy for the. How many times is it? I know it's at least once, but is it? Will that? I guess it will only be the second time. Or are they? Have they already done it? Okay. So gaining volume. Okay. So the only thing I can think of is having the filter like this, excuse me, in your top list window. Um, let me take a look at this top list window. Just so it doesn't really matter which one I pick. So if I added, give me a moment. I want to see if this works. All right. So what I did is I added the 5 minute volume burst. Okay. Oh, I should be sharing my screen. Just give me a moment in our YouTube room. Should be. Hmm. There we go. Okay. Sorry about that. You're right. I was not sharing. Talking to people in YouTube right now. Okay. So right now I have sorted on a 5 minute volume burst. Okay. Right now. And now if I run a tree map and sort by 5 minute volume, well, descending or ascending. Oh, actually descending. Okay. So yes. See if that makes sense. Looks like it. I'm just looking at the 5 minute chart. Okay. So what you do is you take your top list window. I'll go back to the top list window. So uncheck the tree map. Just add. You can keep your obviously you can keep your current headings, but if you right click on configure, go into the search and type in volume. Okay, just so you just start typing it and volume 5 minutes. That's what I put. Okay, so volume 5 minutes. Show the column. Are we good? I mean, are you following what I'm doing? Show the column. Okay. And then once you show the column, then it'll be added as a column to your current top list window. And then you just sort on it. Okay. I don't know what happened there, but there you go. Okay, so I just sorted on that. And so this is showing me the ONB is, why did that happen? Should show the should show the one at the top, but it might, there you go, VT. So then you just run the tree map, show the tree map, and that should be giving you what you want. Well, you could take an existing, you could take an existing top list window though. You, oh, you created your own watch list. Okay. Well, then what you do is you can take your, okay, you can take, really, you can take any top list window that you want, but now you have to add it. Okay. So your watch list to it. So if you right click configure and symbol lists, click on symbol lists, and then click on the add existing list. Now you should see the watch list, whatever you called it. It should be, you should see it. I don't know how many you've done. You might see it automatically, like right at, okay, you got it. And then just left click, move it over here. So it's over in this column. And then this is a drop down menu, and just check only the following list and then check it. And then it'll only look at those symbols. Okay, good. No, it's not every 5 minutes. It's just within a 5 minute period. What is moving the most? It's not, it doesn't wait every 5 minutes. No problem. NP, no problem. There you go. Don't forget to save it. Well, the only thing to use it to its full potential is using the AI. I mean, that's why. I mean, that's the main reason why anybody buys the premium service. Okay. I mean, everything else you can do in our standard service, but you want to have access to the AI. So we've had two really good ones. I mean, today anyway, the wrap and the ions. Yeah, that is why. That the reason being. Please listen carefully. I don't know how you're following it, but this is why you're seeing only two. Okay. Uncheck the profitable. Okay. This is do you have, are you looking at the same screen? Like the same idea? Like the same window? Okay. Uncheck. You see where it says profitable? Uncheck it. You want to see them all day long. Sometimes, I mean, I'm not saying this is going to happen for RKTO, but it's at it's at 95 now. You may look at this, if it gets over $1, you may look at that, go, okay, it's over $1 again. I'm going to take the trade. I mean, that's up to you. The BBIO, where are we now? 9082. You might want to put a price alert at 9082. It's at 9044 right now. Maybe you see where it says filter? If you've got the same screen as I do, you see where it says filter? I'm pointing at it right now. Okay. And it says profitable. So basically just hit the down arrow, and this menu, the options will pop up. Uncheck it. Okay. Uncheck it. One of the great reasons for unchecking it is I did my video on it. I tend to do my videos on this aspect of the AI because I think people aren't understanding, or they're not aware. It's not a matter of understanding. They're not aware. You see the reentry price column? Before I keep going, I want to make sure you see what I'm doing. You see what I'm pointing at, this reentry price? Okay. So if you have profitable checks, so how you get a reentry price is, this was a short. Okay. So there's Ion short. Okay. 6806. The stop was at 7010. So what happened is, if I click on IONS, So there's that little down arrow that shows you where the alert happened. And I'm not sure. I mean, it's possible it was profitable. I'm not sure. But you see what happened later, it moved up and it hit the stop price, that 70.10 stop price. Okay. You can see the candle right there, the bar right there. And then it started to move down. If a stock gets halfway between the original alert price and the stop price, which in this case is 69.08, you have an opportunity. You have an opportunity to trade it there. Now this is on the short side, okay? So I mean, if you had taken it here, I think you could have been mildly profitable for a while. But if you had made the stop, you get out for a loss. But then you have an opportunity to take it again. The problem is if you have profitable checked, you won't see this until it hits 68.06 or underneath 68.06 again. Because the system looks at this and says, well, my entry is at 68.06 and the price and it's at 69.08. Remember, we're looking at a short. You're not going to see this if you check profitable, because this is $1 over that original entry. Does this all kind of make sense? So you don't want to have it checked, because then you can see this immediately when it happens. And then you make up your mind if you want to trade it or not. I mean, I'm not saying they're all going to work as well as this one did, but certainly that worked out extremely well. And there's, a lot of people, I don't know how many, but I mean, some just wait for a reentry. They forget about the original alerts, and they just wait to see if it has a reentry. Sort of, so the initial flurry of action may generate a stop, and then later on, I mean, you can see what happened. The original alert price was at 9:42, and you had a reentry at 10, so 8 minutes later. Now, notice it's the only one. So what that means is, for instance, the entry for wrap was at 210. The stop was at 204. It never hit the stop. Okay, never hit the stop. Same thing with the B bio, never hit the stop. 9082. And it did not hit the stop of 88. So it didn't have the opportunity to hit the stop and then come halfway between that original alert price and the stop. So this is the only one that happened today. Some days, you might not get any. You can save it. What you want to do is you want to take this window and make sure you've got the reentry price column. That is part of the default. You might want to add the reentry time as a column also. You might, you can add them all. There's a new stop. So to add these two columns, if you want, you right click and go down to columns. And then this is all alphabetical order. Just scroll down until you see those reentries. And that should already be there, the reentry price. And then you just left click on the reentry stop price. It'll move and left arrow it over. It's already over there for me. So, and then the reentry time, left arrow it over. So then you have these two columns also. And then what you do is you take this and you save it as part of your layout. Save it as part of your layout. So no, you don't have to do it every day. So whatever, I'm sure you must have some kind of a layout up and running that you like to use every day. I hope, well, I shouldn't say you must, you don't have to, I suppose, but well, do you not have a layout, NP? Do you not have like a layout that you're looking at other than just this? I mean, don't you have some charts perhaps? Okay. So now that it's on your screen, put it wherever you want and then just save your layout. File, save your layout, or file, save and share to cloud, give it a name, the entire layout a name, save it so it's also in your cloud. So the quick answer is no, you don't have to do it every day. Also, you will not get an alert until at least 9:40. That's by design. And doesn't mean you'll get one at 9:40, but that's the earliest you will get an alert from our AI. I mean, that's just an awesome reentry. 69.08 is 64.29 now. We talked about this one in the pre-market. It had bad news. So is rap better percentage wise? Yes, it is. But I would say this is, other than this little, I mean, it had a little jog up, in which case, I would have for sure taken some profit here. But I mean, other than that, I mean, the bad news is still with it. Going to be with it all day. Now, the other thing about saving, I'm just talking in general now, okay? Anything you create, if you take anything from me, any of my scans or the information I'm sharing, or you create anything that you create. Yes, okay. Here's the other thing. Yes, absolutely. Have you put a sound alert on an alert window before, NP? No. Okay. Give me a moment. Okay, so well, I was going to say it's the same principle, but if you do this, if you just right click in the body and go to actions, okay, go to actions. So you right click in the body of the AI, right click, go to actions, and then where it says play sound, you check that, check the play sound up here, and then click on set up sound. Now you can have it read to you, the symbols read to you, either in a female or a male voice. Okay, you have that option, male or female voice. Okay. You can also do this. You can click on that use custom sound, click on that, and then you click on select sound. And here are 3 folders for you. They're automatic. They are created for you. 3 folders. And I'll click on Mad Money. And within Mad Money, here are all the different sounds. So if I click on gong, left click on gong, and I could open it and then play it. And if I like it, then I'll say okay a couple of times, and that'll attach it. That'll attach it to the window. So the whole idea, and you'll get an alert here. You'll get a sound alert on the original alert price, and also if there is a reentry. It'd be nice if we could have a different sound, but you can't. You can only have one. So in other words, you can't have like on the original entry, you could say, well, I want the male voice, and on this one, I want the female voice. It'd be nice, so it's a reentry, but that's the whole idea, though, of also putting like I have a sound alert here. So the whole idea of sound alerts, if you have, say you've got 3 alert windows and you got the AI. Well, what you want to do is you put a different sound alert for each one of those windows. So when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at. So obviously you don't want to put every window, say with the male voice reading out a symbol. Otherwise, you'll never know which window to look at quickly. So the same thing, if you make that change, you got to save your work. You don't have to. So just save your layout, and anything you do within a layout. If you save your layout, then all the changes will be saved. Hello, Rich. You could have it read to you in Klingon. And you think I'm kidding. I know you know it. You know what I'm going to say, because these I've never done it. I don't see that personally. I would never see. Whoops, I never see the need for it. But now the only difference is in an alert window, you have to check properties first, and then you see actions. But these 3 folders I was talking about, there's nothing stopping you from, as long as it goes into this, into here, you could create your own folder, put it in here with Klingon. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Yes. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not as much up in my Klingon. But yeah, you can create your own folder in here, as long as it goes in here with your own sounds. Dodger Trader, I see you're back. You dropped your, I think, didn't you have a number after that yesterday? In our YouTube room. All right, guys. Levi, let's see what's happening with Levi. Levi is an earnings play. See if it did anything of note. Actually, it went positive. William said this was a beat raise, modest raise, and it was actually negative in the pre-market, but it's gone modestly positive now. Levi is an earnings play. However, and you can see what it did, came into the VWAP. Looks like the VWAP is what was trying to hold it here anyway. But if it takes out the VWAP again, this could turn into an interesting short. So I will put a price alert underneath the VWAP and just see if it takes it out. So it came out of the halt, okay, SRX I see it came out of the halt and I actually had a big pop up. All right, guys, it is now 1:17. So I'm going to go over my homepage one last time today. Okay, give me a moment, guys. So I'm just going to get my homepage in. I saw that this morning. I didn't see the report, but I did see that. Yeah, Bloom Energy got a hit piece on them from this Crossroads Capital, but I forgot to look at it to see if they had any effect. Well, there's your pre-market. I don't know when the hit report came out. Well, we know Hunter Brook though. Maybe it was a bad headline. We know Hunter Brook. So I wonder if because you're right. I could have sworn it said Crossroads also, but now I'm seeing Hunter Brook unless they're the same. Yeah, I'm just looking. I can't see that Crossroads anymore. I just see Hunter Brook. And then you get Baird piling in and saying, we're still putting a $310 share price. You know what? I know where I saw it. Just give me a moment. In fact, I think it's in the no, you know what, William? I wonder if I'm wrong. Because this is what I put in the, I do this. I try to put some of this stuff in here. Bloom Energy falls after a Hunter Brook short report. So where are you getting that cross from? Because I thought I saw something about cross also. Anyway, it looks like it's Hunterbrook, and they have more weight. Not that it really worked that well, because let's see what happened. I mean, that's what time is this? This is yesterday, right? 4 o'clock yesterday. What are we at? We're the ninth. We're the ninth now. So here is no, this is this morning. This is this morning. So maybe the report came out here, 9:30. No, I saw this in the pre-market. So they didn't have that much of an effect. Doesn't look like it anyway. So this is their defense. You're saying as weak as very weak. We have sufficient supply of scandium oxide to meet our current fuel cell demand and backlog, and our supply is not dependent on China. All right. Well, whatever the defense was, I mean, it worked. What? No call display. No answer. Okay, I think this is starting to move down again, guys. Yeah, the Simplify is starting to move down, or simply Good Foods. Sorry, starting to move down again. All right. Well, I better put my homepage link in again. Okay, homepage link. So click on it. And I'm not sure. I think probably this week. I actually didn't check. I hope these promo codes are still working. I'm sure probably ending tomorrow. So you can get 30% off a premium annual. Okay, 30% off a premium annual. You can get 25% off a standard annual, and you can get 25% off a premium monthly and a standard monthly. So you got to be sure, though, you want to take this. Don't do this. Don't take an annual subscription unless you know our product. Well, I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. I moderate 2 rooms, a YouTube room and the trading room right here. Trading room is so if you're in YouTube wondering about this room, this is also free. The trading room is also free. There's more interaction amongst traders in this trading room. It's also open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So you want to come into a room and interact with other traders during the pre-market, come in here. Obi opens it up. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. I don't. I live in Vancouver, so it's too early for me. So Obi does that. I get on the mic, both rooms between 9 and 9:15. Keep scrolling down. Now, Steve is the originator of the trades of the week. I don't know if he talked about this week's trade of the week, but you can sign up for it right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Education. Click on my homepage link. So this is good for people just starting out or thinking about it. They're getting started with trade ideas. So if you're just starting out, mandatory you do this, okay? 12 short videos to get you started. But if you're thinking about the program and wondering if it's a good fit for you, start off with that second video, go to the end, show you an idea about what we can do. And you can always try us for a month. And if you don't like it, just unsubscribe, okay? Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Trade Ideas, fantastic program, but it's called Ideas for a reason. It generates ideas just because, but if you don't have any idea, when you click on a symbol and you're looking at a chart and you have no idea what the chart is trying to tell you, Trade ideas is not going to help you. And last, if you're looking for scans and races, you click on my homepage link, scroll down to the section that says Barry Scans. So here they are. Here's a large cap race right here. The top. This is a more volatile race right here. Halts resumes is right here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. I have other scans that I'm currently sharing. You can ask me questions about them. I don't have them up and running. I do have this one up and running, the daily trend reversals. So if you're asking, well, why do I have them there if I don't have them up and running? Simple. Sometimes, I in fact, when we get well into earnings season, I'll probably bring back my gap scanner. But sometimes, I have a scan that I either get tired of it. I don't think it's producing as well as it should. So I get rid of it and bring back something else. But the one thing I wouldn't do is do not have them all up and running at the same time. You'll never get anything done. You have way too much information coming at you. Well, William, I do, but it's going to cost you. I keep that one to myself. Give me a moment, guys. Here we go. Okay. Just checking to see what time the soccer starts in my time zone today. Tracks I haven't seen tracks at all. So take a look at tracks. Yeah, I wonder why I haven't seen tracks at all. Before I say that. Oh, there it is. Okay. It just didn't win a race, so I didn't see it in this list here. But it did win a race, won 3 races. Yeah. Missed it. All-time high. Started trading as tracks, TRAX, 3 months ago. I don't know if this probably was an IPO, but you know what? Let's check. So 3 months ago, it was 04, so I'm going to have to go back quite a bit. Actually, not that bad. I don't know if you can sort on the symbols, probably, but let me. Started trading in April. I wonder if it was an IPO. Can't find it here. Cannot find it here. So I don't know if this was an IPO or maybe it went direct to market or something, or something else. It was a SPAC that turned into it. Can't find it here. Anyway, it's good. It's looking pretty good. So the one that came up into the VWAP, kind of held and moved. Boy, this looks like almost like a buyout. SHC. I mean, look how it's baselining right on the VWAP. SHC. It's just sort of sitting right on top of that VWAP for the longest time. I mean, there's 1115, and what are we now? 132. So just been hugging the VWAP for the longest time. Okay, I see that VRAX is trying to crawl off the bottom a little bit here, guys. It's making a little move at 9, but there's the VWAP. Probably, I mean, if it gets some volume and it powers its way through the VWAP, we might have a bit of a late dayer, but I mean, 1319, it won't be like the NVVE, I don't think. Ah, okay, thank you. It was a spin-off. Okay, so not an IPO. I wonder if I would have seen that here. You know, a few disappointments. You know, our news is, I mean, it should. I mean, you know, I'm not expecting up-to-date news, but we get all this other stuff that has got nothing to do with tracks, as an example. And then the competitors. The competitors is just really, that should have been a great feature. But somehow, you know, you get a stock and you look at it and say, wait a minute, why is a bio a competitor in the space sector or to the uranium sector? You know, it's not, but it seemed to be very random. Now, I will say this with bios. Let me go PFE. Here's something I haven't talked about for a while. I mean, these are typically a little bit better. Okay, and I'll explain what I mean by that. I mean, at least these look like they're in the, like they are bios. So if you wanted to follow, you know, the pharmaceutical preparation manufacturing sector, so you could right click, and when I say the sector, I'm talking about in theory, the competitors, you know, in the sector, you could right click and pop out, pop out. Okay, now it's popped out. Now here is where you can take it and configure it in terms of a price range you want. You know, right now there's nothing. Okay, but you might want to put a price range, maybe a minimum volume, maybe even put relative volume, and then you can follow that sector really closely if you wanted to. The problem is if you go to like the bios are sort of okay, usually get something at least related to to medicine, okay? But sometimes you get these competitors and you wonder, well, it looks so random. Anyway, it's an idea. Let's take a look at another one, for instance, like support activities for oil and gas operations. So energy stocks, you could do that. Pop that out and just follow those stocks. Again, customize it. Because in here you cannot customize it when it's in here. So you pop it out, and then you customize. Customizing meaning price range, minimum volume, etc. Yeah, there's no news filter at all. No, none, zero. Now, is there a way to create your own alerts? Well, that's the whole idea of Trade Ideas. So I'm assuming you're new. Yeah, that's the whole idea of Trade Ideas, to create your. Oh, when you say create your own alerts, you're talking about creating an alert from existing data that we've got. First of all, let's look at MACD. Okay, I think I know what you mean now. Oh, I see. I got you. No, you can't do it. So you're talking about creating something that you don't see. So, yeah, I mean, so this is what we've got. Yeah, no, you cannot create it. You cannot create the 1 minute. This is what we have, and you have to live with that. There's no way to modify this. And the reason they do this. I mean, I'm not saying when they created this program back in 2003, they tried to create as many different looks as possible, and there's only so many things they could do. Now, why they stopped at 5 minutes and didn't go to 2 minutes or 3 minutes? Don't ask me. But that's you just have to. That's what we have, and there's no way to massage it and say create 1 minute out of this. No, getting alerts on the phone. No, no. I mean, in theory, there's a way, but you wouldn't like it. I know it's being worked on, but it's been worked on for quite a while. So I'm gonna just say no, there isn't. But that's a good segue also, though, because if you're wondering if Trade Ideas has something, what do they have for RSI? So if you take any alert window and right click and then configure any alert window, and then in the search box you start. So what do they have? What do we have for RSI? So you start typing in RSI. This is what we have. These are not alerts; these are filters. Okay, so we have the 1 minute, 2, 5, 15. So same idea. Well, I want the 20. Sorry, we don't have it. Okay, you have to work with what we have. And these are filters. What do we have for stochastics? STOC. This is what we have. So again, well, I want the 10 minute above the 20 here. Okay, we don't have it. This is what I love to do. What do we have for Ichimoku? Well, guess what? We have nothing. So you type that in and nothing comes up. That means we don't have it. We don't have anything to do with that particular one, as an example. So if you're ever wondering, well, does Trade Ideas have this? You can just type into the search term. What do we have for volume? We have a lot of volume. We have the high relative volume, 1 minute volume spike, strong volume, unusual prints, average daily volume 5, 10, 30, or 3 months. The relative volume today, percent, shares, big volume bursts, 1 minute, 5 minute, 10. We have a lot of volume filters. This is a really nice one that we've got. Well, not one, but the position of where is the stock in the position of the open in its 5 minute range, its previous day's range in the pre-market position and range. That's where is it in respect to today's candle? Is it halfway between? Is it near the top? I mean, there's a lot of position range, a lot of position filters that we've got. And so, for instance, I went down here to the position in the Bollinger Bands daily. You might look at that and go, well, I sort of know what this is, but I don't really know in any detail. So if you left click on it, highlight it, and then you click on help, and this goes for anything you see, or any filter, any real-time alert, and then you click on the help. And Stephanie did a great job at creating this guide, very, very detailed, okay, for every single alert and every single filter that we've got. So if you're wondering about, how to use it, what does it mean, etc., there's a detailed explanation about everything, okay? And you just left click on it to highlight it and then click help. And that's for anything you see. See, these are all the real-time alerts that we've got, these icons. So, again, what does the filter mean? What does this new low bid filter mean? I don't know. I've never used it. But, I click on help. And here it is. Okay? So remember, guys, you don't have to know what all these mean. But you might see something that you're wondering about, and you can always find out a lot more information about it. You can tell when William is really bored. All right, guys. Well, I usually take off around 2 o'clock, unless I'll always say later if there are questions. So we're around 1:45 right now. So if you've got questions, great time to ask. Yeah, I only had 3 trades today. I mean, I traded the MSTX, basically got out flat. Traded the METU, small loss on it the first time, and then did very well the second time. That's it. Take a look at that channel, that ETF channel, or the company, well, more of a company ETF channel. So I'm going to click on new and then dock channel bar. And I understand these are all theme-based channels, okay? All theme-based channels. And the 2-time ETFs. Now, is every one of them in here? No, I'm sure not. I do see FBL in here, which is, but I preferred, what's the volume in this one, Mike? Why can't I quickly find the volume? Oh, there it is. 2.43 million. How's Meta, METU? Now, remember, the price of that is $24. METU, yeah. So I think this is why it's got more volume. modestly cheaper, but it's got more volume. But, I could have traded this one or the METU. I don't know why METU is not here. Maybe they just don't. Again, they don't have them all. So this is the long. So you're talking about Rivian. Not much volume though. 153,000 shares. Okay. So again, what we're looking at here, these are company ETFs. Yeah, sort of a whoa. Look at VRAX now. Holy smokes! It got halted and then it crashed. How do I know? I have a thumbnail on my other chart, other monitor. But so this is sort of a relatively new phenomena where we have company ETFs. I always want to say that NVIDIA was the first, but it may not have been the first, but certainly was the most popular one at the beginning. So, here's how if you thought NVIDIA, as opposed to buying the stock, which is, what is the stock? What is the price of NVIDIA these days? So $200. So if you thought that NVIDIA was going to move to the upside, you could buy this. You'll get double the move. Double the move, meaning if NVIDIA, the stock, moves up 1%, this will move up 2%. And I think, yeah, so if you thought NVIDIA was going to keep moving down, you could buy this one. This is the short version. It's a 1.5 as opposed to 2. So you could buy this one if you thought NVIDIA was going to keep moving down. Obviously, right now, NVIDIA is moving up. I would not hold these overnight, though. Or, okay, if you're thinking, oh, I'll just hold some of these overnight, I would not do that. Here's Tesla. A 2-time long Tesla, way cheaper than the stock. Okay. Coming right into, I don't know if that's a VWAP. I don't know what that number is or that purple line is, but then remember Babex from yesterday. This is Baba's. Man, look at this. I mean, Babex has had a great day. Plenty of volume, 1.24 million. Anyway, just an idea. These are all theme-based channels. Yeah, so VRAX, it was, at one point, it was when it was halted, you just absolutely got clobbered down. Clobbered. Still up 110%. It halted here, and then it opened down here. Let's see, Skioter. It looks like a little Scandinavian action. Am I right? Well, we're fellow. Last name of Anderson for me. So yeah, Icelandic heritage. Yeah, I see what you're looking at here. The CNTB challenging the VWAP. Yes. Trip of my lifetime. Seriously, when I went to Iceland about in 2019. What is the VWAP here? Low float, pretty low float, 19 million in the float. Yeah, I was going to say that cannot be. So understand also, because you're looking at the same thing as I am. I mean, the 2.64 approximately. Okay, but look down here. Oh, it is the same. It is the same. Sometimes, these numbers, the VWAP number that we have here in the single stock will not be the same as on the chart. And the reason being is that the chart takes into account pre-market data, which is what I want. So sometimes if a stock has got a lot of pre-market data, it's not going to be the same as this, which does not take into account pre-market data. In this case, they're virtually the same. I think the only way you can toggle it is to not have, but I'll never do it. I'll never do it. Is on your chart. No, the data in any top list or anything like that is going to be using this. Okay, this data. Okay, the chart is different because it can take into pre-market action. But the only way to get rid of that, but I'd never do it. Never would I do it. Is to go to your chart and sorry, where am I going? Yeah, uncheck the pre-market, I guess, but I'll never do that. Show pre-market. So if you uncheck it, I guess it won't show the that it won't show the same thing. But I'll never do that. I've got to see the pre-market. Not shortable for me, William. I don't know if it's shortable for you. SRXH is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. At least they're, well, if shares can be located, but I'm not going to wait around for that. Okay, guys. So GMAB is making a little bit of a move off the. I mean, it's gone barely positive now. It's just interesting. It almost looked like a buyout. I mean, look what it's doing. Here's the 200-day moving average for GMAB. It's sort of sitting around this area. There's the 200-day. 29.23, so it's a little bit above it the last 3 days. Little break off the VWAP now. However, so if I look at a monthly chart, 29, 86 is the next high. Way too close, obviously. So I would never take that trade. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 1:57. So getting close to two. I can always hang around if there are questions. You're not going to keep it open after I leave, are you? This time, you done it 2 days this week, Obi? Nope. Okay. Well, I mean, depends where you're going to take it. I mean, if you wait for the VWAP break, even if you did that, that's about a 20-cent move already on a $2 stock, so 10%. So that would be good. And who knows where it's going? So I don't see any one of the high flyers this morning that look like they're going to fly in the afternoon or from the 2 o'clock time period on. Found one yesterday, of course, several yesterday. The answer is no. Don't take all the trades. It's up to you. I mean, you know, it's an idea generator. Okay, it's up to you though. I mean, you don't take all the trades. I mean, you don't take just because you get an entry or I hate calling it an entry, but yeah, an alert price doesn't mean you just take it right away. You have to look at it. You have to be able to size up what it's on the chart. What is it trying? Like, does it make sense to take the trade? Obviously, two of them today were excellent. The other two, you know, got stopped out. Got stopped out on one of them. The other one is just sort of still sitting at the alert price. Hmm. Guys, have you lost me in YouTube? Is probably still fine. Have you guys lost? Just give me a moment. Can you guys hear me in the main room still? Because it said reconnecting to the server. I have a feeling, yeah, I feeling we've lost. How about now, guys? Can you hear me? Testing. We d- but can you hear me now and see my screen now? I'm not getting any answer, so I'm assuming okay. I'll try again. Okay, you hear no, but no screen. Okay, yeah, I was getting that message connecting to media server within the room, so I knew there was going to be something on. Well, I mean, it's 2 o'clock now, 2:01 now, so probably a good time to leave anyway. Unless there's a question, which I'll hang around. I'll get the screen back. I'd have to exit the room, come back. I'm not. It wouldn't boot anybody out. Let me make sure of that. All right, how we doing? Screen back, me back. Okay. Just in time to shut it down. Okay, guys, again, I'll hang around if there are any questions. I'll give it another minute or so, okay? Hanging around in case there are some questions. So, I was talking about this one before, okay? The B Bio, it may start going again now. 9082, 9082, 9130 is now. So, I mean, here's a good example though, the ions, as I said. If a person took this trade, and this is the short, okay, 6806, you took it and then you got stopped out for a loss and you didn't do the reentry. How do you determine then, well, how well did Holly do today? Well, it really good because if you took the reentry of this, you're doing really well coupled with this wrap trade. But if you didn't take this on the reentry, it would not look as good. So all I'm saying is that I use this when I can pay a lot more attention to it as a watch list. A stock we may get an alert at a certain price. I don't like it at that price. It may drop and it may come into an area. You know what? Now it makes more sense for me to take it. The fact is that it alerted me to the stock though to watch it. That's why, it does require. I wish I could say, yeah, just take every single trade every single day and you guys will make money. Remember, I was going to short this one. Glad I didn't. The spread was always an issue. I mean, it's still not great, but it's 30 cents now as opposed to a dollar. No, okay, well, so was FedEx. I just wanted to see, you said UPS was dropping, so is FedEx. Amazon offering lower shipping rates than UPS and FedEx. That's your headline. That's causing the UPS and the FedEx drop. So what's moving down more? So FedEx on 1%. Of course, it's all depends on the price, but let's see. UPS is down. So on a percentage basis, FedEx is moving down more than UPS on a percentage basis. Yeah, when I get things from Amazon, usually it's UPS. It could be the Amazon truck, like an Amazon truck, but I don't know what the percentage would be, but certainly I do see the UPS driver a lot. Rarely do I see FedEx, but that might be a regional thing. I don't know. ADNT, another leg up. Let's take a look. Well, nice break out of consolidation for sure. 1948, but not a huge move. It looks a little. We went from 1948, got up to 1972. The next high, though, is right here. It's pretty close, 1996. So, I mean, I'm not trying to talk you out of it, but there's the next high is right around 20. So it's not that much room. That is the same as last week's high. Now, if it takes out last week's high at some point, I mean, it's got a little bit of room. Meanwhile, the market's been kind of steadily up. I haven't even really looked at the market today overall, but the SPY certainly and the Qs are up 12, SPY's up 6, Dow's up modestly 190. I suppose this one it's a possibility. Okay, the JLHL. What's the high? The high is up here around 741. Is that right? But look at that. There's the 200-day moving average. Well, I guess, but your system, would the fact that it has 780,000 in the float, will that kind of void, you'd sort of take that with a grain of salt that your system is telling you to be buying VRACs on the way down, but look at that float. I mean, that is. Okay, guys. I mean, at some point it might bounce, but boy, I mean, I wonder how many stocks have under 1 million in the float now. 100 of them now, maybe 100. Whereas, you asked this question 5 years ago, there might not be one. All right, guys, I do not see any more questions. It is now 2:11, so I think I will take off now. So thanks for all the help all day long. Obi will open the main room, this room, at 6:45 tomorrow a.m. Eastern Time. Thank you for doing that, Obi. I'll get on the mic for both rooms. I don't open YouTube till about 9, and get on the mic for both rooms sometime between 9 and 9:15. So have a great evening. First, I'm going to shut down YouTube.